you're going to see that this is having an effect, this awakening. It's having an effect worldwide. It's not going to be stopped. I've never seen so many people starting to question their reality.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine?
It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine?
Do I know exactly what we live on? No, I don't. What do I know? Well, I know that they're lying to us. I know that there's no curve to this place. I know this place isn't spinning. I know at least space as presented to us is complete fiction, and everything I see is close, really close. Everything you're told goes completely against what you experience. Everything is ass backwards. Think about it. Everything. But you just believe it because you're just submitting to them. You're just consenting to everything that they do, so they just keep doing it. I tell people we don't need to be muzzled, you know? We need to be able to just be loud and outspoken and speak what we know.
What wouldst thou know, my queen?
Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?
Is simply people misremembering stuff.
But maybe this is actually evidence of a parallel universe.
Wait, what?
Inside my head, billions of nerve-like living cells are carrying a chatter of electrical impulses through a vast forest of connections. Many communicate with the outside world, but most of them talk to one another.
These differences in collective memories are actually evidence of our universe somehow becoming intertwined with another, if not identical, then very similar universe. So people's memories are correct. They're just remembering something that happened in another dimension. Hence the discrepancies. That's science.
Messages passing from one brain cell to another have to jump a narrow gap between them. The electrical impulses release special chemicals, transmitter substances. Traveling across the gap, they stimulate the brain cell on the far side. That means the brain is a chemical machine too. How can we connect that microscopic bustle with our conscious minds? One obvious fact is that sometimes we're awake and sometimes we're asleep. For sleeping and waking, and for dreaming too, switches have now been located here in the stem of the brain. They're among the first parts of the brain to start working.
No matter where you think you live and what conclusions you come to, you're going to realize that science is completely lying to you. NASA is completely lying to you. And with any lick of research, you'll come to the conclusion that all the nations are in cahoots and lying to you. When it comes to where we live and the space programs and all of it, and they're all tied together. So then it's up to you to take it from there. Because if that's true, what I just said, then obviously whatever the agenda and agendas, because there's many agendas, whatever the agendas behind these lies are, it's obviously huge. Look at the effort.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Look at the ISS sometime. I mean, if you enjoy media fakery, looking at glitches in the media and fuck-ups and bloopers, let's just say you're that type of person that likes to look at bloopers online. Go watch some ISS clips for a while. You'll see plenty of that. Green screens, wire harnesses, people in gorilla suits, people doing experiments, they're actually mocking you. And you accept it, and you ridicule the people like me that try and open your eyes up to deception. I'm not trying to tell you what to believe, what theories to have, where we are, where we're going. I'll certainly give you my ideas, and I'll give you my strong opinion why, and which I disagree with and whatnot. But I welcome any ideas, and I don't really know. But it's time for you to think about it. How much longer are you just going to accept you came from a monkey, you're spinning on a ball, people stuck upside down, all different directions, darting through space? Everything in your reality tells you otherwise. Everything. You've never felt motion. You can't test it. Look at all the fake pictures they show you. Okay? Okay? They're going to try and keep masking all of this, hiding all of this, hiding the shape of where we live, hiding the fact that it's special, hiding that, making us think that we're misremembering things. All of this shit. They're trying to keep us down in this physical trap. And by you not exploring, because you're scared of trigger words, like flat earth, or Mandela effect.
Our universe somehow becoming intertwined with another, if not identical, and very similar universe. So people's memories are correct. They're just remembering something that happened in another dimension. Hence the discrepancies. That's science.
Theoretical science at best, Mulder.
Listen, this isn't where it's at. I mean, I'm gonna try and enjoy this experience here, but there's a lot more. We have more that we're gonna see, like with the Mandela effects that we're seeing, the veils thinning. It's going to increase more and more. Okay, that's showing us a spiritual side strongly. Okay.
Hi, this is Sonia from the Tree of Knowledge, and I have with me Brian Stavely, and I'm very excited to talk to him about Mandela effects and how it works in this reality, this simulated reality. Do you have anything to say?
Oh, awesome. Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to lead off with the question or whatever. I'm always excited to talk about the Mandela effect. I think it's the most fascinating topic I've ever come across. And it's a lot different than a lot of other things. So like a lot of things on my journey have been like digging through lies and deceptions and reality, conspiracies and things like that. And I feel that this is something that's completely different, a complete step away from that actually, although people try and kind of box it into the same thing. But I also find it interesting because a lot of people that came through some of these similar roads that I did, they can't seem to grasp the concept of this. And I find that very strange because the Mandela effect, it's actually about trusting yourself and trusting your senses. That's where it starts. But then upon further investigation, you realize, oh, it's not just me. It's not just a small group of people, quote unquote, misremembering things. In fact, it's the large majority of the population in the world. And not only that, there's a few things I always say is everybody is Mandela affected. Literally everybody. Sure, there's a lot of people that don't know what that means. They aren't aware of it. There's people that no matter what you present, they'll outright deny it. But the fact of the matter is the Mandela effect is just a term given to really talk about what this reality is. It's a crappy term and it gives people the wrong idea. what we're really talking about is a fluid reality. Just things that change in this reality retroactively all the way back to its origin point. So, like, for people that aren't familiar with what a Mandela effect is, if we say something is Mandela effect, like a popular one people will know would be, and it gets much deeper than these pop culture ones, and that's what a lot of people are misled on as well. But we'll stop there. You know, one of the more popular ones is the Monopoly Man. Everybody picture what the Monopoly Man looks like in your head. Okay, I want you to think about the image of the Monopoly Man. Now, did you think of the Monopoly Man wearing a monocle? I already know, not just a small percentage, I already know that damn near everybody that watches this video on your channel is going to say, yeah, I know he had a monocle. Well, now he's never had a monocle. Now, this isn't about, Parker Brothers or whoever the distributor of that game is now. It's not about they reissued the game, they took the old ones off the shelf, the new ones doesn't have a monocle, and the company's lying to you, and everybody's running a psyop on you. Because that's what people think. It's got to be a psyop. Well, if it was a psyop, you could pull your Monopoly off your shelf and say, hey, look, he has a monocle on mine. They just changed it. But when you go and pull it off your shelf, you'll come to find that there is no monocle on the Monopoly Man.
Yes, absolutely. This is where I'm going to jump in. I don't know if you know much about my channel, but I look into things deeply. Everybody was born with different things unlocked inside of their avatar. And when I was born, they came in and locked me down because I was unlocked to begin with, which is unusual to say the least. So basically, I've been re-unlocking certain things, and remote viewing is, think about a circle. You always see the snake eating its own tail, turned over on itself. And at that intersecting point in the figure 8 of infinity, which is a closed sigil you cannot get out of, you are experiencing that point in this simulation. Yeah, that puts it into a nice little. So basically, all I'm doing is looking back and forward. But the problem is, it's not that simple. So you have a figure 8, and then you have your multi-dimensions. There are 9 other figure 8s around that. And around each little figure 8, there are 9 on all of those. Those are going down into 9, into 9, into 9, breaking down. And those are your timelines. Those are your multi-dimension. Those are what we're experiencing and what we're transferring into, in and out of all day long. When you dream, all you're doing is having your thought projection put into one of those multiple figure 8s, because an eternal being does not require sleep. But you have to go somewhere. You have to do something. You'd go mad if your body was shut down and you're still in there. So basically what I'm seeing is, when this entire thing started, this simulation, it is a mockery, a makeup, a cheap copy of a place outside of here. Outside of here, we were going to an ascension, and dark beings couldn't make that ascension because of the frequency that they held. If the frequency isn't high enough and you go into another whole reality frequency and you don't carry that frequency, you'll shatter the hell apart like dust. So in order to protect those beings from being even more shattered, they put them into a simulation. They designed it where it was a spiral. That's the true natural AI spiral versus the Fibonacci, which is the flower of life, artificial. And so we got 2 things going in here. One is an encased system where you cannot get out of it. And the other one is to get you up and out through each frequency. There are like little densities, baby steps to get the dark ones up and out, except that this whole place has been corrupted. And with the corruption, why other beings have come in to try to get them out. Now, how does the Mandela effect work in this reality? What if you were going to wake up a bunch of energy beings that were so locked down and you needed to do something radical? Because you know what energy beings like to do? They like to do what's easy. They like to do what's comfortable. And so they want to keep the status quo. The status quo is in the Fibonacci flower of life, because it gives you your 4 walls. It eats upon itself to build itself because it's in a limited space, where the spiral is open-ended and you can go up or down, but you're going to go and it's not going to stop. It's going to be free-flowing. where this is stagnation. Because we've been in stagnation for so long, and an incarnation system was put into this flower of life, we keep getting wiped and reset back. We keep going to the light. We keep going back to the Fibonacci, the AI, I call it the AI Red Queen, the Michael. You know, Alice in Wonderland, the Red Queen? This is what happens when Alice in Wonderland is run by the Red Queen. We end up in this reality, a dead end. So basically, all of these things started ramping up. We've had Mandela effects that go back hundreds, thousands of years.
I think it's always been going on.
But not to the degree that it is today. Every single day, new Mandela effects. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Where are you at? What are you in? What is your reality? And it's only going to ramp up as time goes by. And so also in this system, I see that we're having this split. And in this split, it's literally going to be an avatar, mental, physical, and metaphysical split. You know, with the which I will not mention, which puts you into a more locked down Borg. Let me repeat that. Borg reality. We're going to have the energy beings who are spiraling up and the energy beings who are spiraling down. And this is the split. It isn't like I'm looking outside my window. Oh, wow, look at the difference. No, it's inside. It's inside of us. Is that part of humanity making this? Are they staying? Are they being left behind? Or are they even going downward? And so with all of these Mandela effects and things that we cannot see that are happening in our reality, think about how many people can't even acknowledge one single Mandela effect. What do you think there are?
Well, there's a lot there. So it's something I talk about a lot. Most of them, I think, are well aware that there are changes, and for whatever reason. Now, when I say most of them, I mean people like in these circles of the internet and things that have seen the topic introduced. It's not completely foreign to them. I think most of them completely know that it's real, and for whatever reason, they don't want to talk about it. A lot of them, I think, are scared, even though I don't think there's any reason to be scared at all of the Mandela effect. I think it's a good thing. Other people might disagree. But I think some people, it's almost like it makes me wonder about the NPC thing. Like, is that a legit thing? Are there people that have some sort of just like spiritual governor on them that once it gets to that point? Because I've seen some weird things happen. So I approach people about this stuff all the time, including people that should be experts in their field, like pastors and preachers on the street selling Bibles, waving them in the street. And I'll go to them and talk to them about the Bible changes. I don't give them any multiple choices. I don't lead them in a certain direction like people would like to say that Mandela effect people do. I simply try and get them to fill in blanks on Bible verses that I know have changed. And like 10 times out of 10, they remember everything the exact way it was, okay? Then when you tell them what's taking place, most of them, I do think it's the cognitive dissonance and their indoctrination. And they'll repeat the same script as each other. They'll oh, well, the word of God can't change. And it's like, well, I'm not getting into a discussion on whether God wrote the Bible or not. I'm just telling you the print on your paper changed to deal with the reality of the situation. However, I think that this reality, this is getting a little past this point, but I'm going to circle back to it. I think that this reality, like we're always observed from like a good side and a dark side. And I do think that whatever is observing us from like the dark side takes these opportune times to infiltrate people's consciousness and take them over for a minute or so when they're ready to snap out of their trance and realize this stuff. I had an experience with a piano player at a piano bar in Florida. I went down there. We were going to do some karaoke, and we were waiting for them to set up. So we went next door to this piano bar. It's like a dueling piano bar. The two guys, they play the piano. Anyways, after about 5 minutes, I'm like, what can I do? This is kind of boring. All right, I'm going to try and get this guy to play some Mandela-affected songs and see what happens. And what went down with this guy was crazy. First, I tried to get them to play the Mr. Rogers theme song because it's a very obvious Mandela effect. They like refused to play it. It was really weird. They kept kicking the can down the road. But eventually I got him to sing a song that has a huge change in it that I think has a spiritual message, which is the Jewel song, Who Will Save Your Soul. Now it says, who will save your souls throughout almost the whole song. But while this guy was like singing it and belting it out, he started looking at me and he's like singing it the old way. But every time I saw him look at the screen, he would see the chorus. He would sing it the new way because he's looking at it. You could tell he was getting confused. Then he turns to me and looks and he says, "You're not going to get any salvation in this church." And I'm just like, whoa. It was like this guy was possessed. So I think that there is a lot of that going down. I think that the Mandela effect, and again, I don't even like the term, but I think it's like a training ground to wherever we're going next, a spiritual training ground. I've talked about this a lot, like, and I don't know, what exactly this place is or what the next place we're going to is, but I think that the next place we're going to is going to be a lot more spiritual and supernatural in nature. And we have to reach a certain point to be able to get to that. And I don't know if we reach it in one lifetime. Maybe let's say I'm 70% of the way there to be able to handle that, but then my body perishes here. Well, my energy goes on, right? I'm thinking I probably come back until I earn that extra 15% and then go ahead and get on out of here.
Well, when I look into it right now, in the last 7 years, we've been going through a body ascension. So I started looking into stuff and realized that because of where we are in this point, in this reality, back in 2012, life as we know it ended. Nobody realizes that, but the red skies came in and it ended. We had a holding time where from 2012 to 2017, we remember, we lived those things. You have very high AI, you have very high technologies. I can implant anything into your mind. And then we were reset into this new quadrant. So basically there's like 4 quadrants and we were set here. And the reason most of the people here are NPCs is because they never left quadrant 3. They could not make the leap. And it all had to do with frequency. This is why so many things, have you noticed since 2012, the Mandela effects have been off the chart and they're only getting worse every day. So when you're looking around and you're like, hey, you're my family member and I don't remember you being this way. These avatars can hold memory, but only a true energy being can be tapped into the ether of who they really are. So all of a sudden you're like, I don't even know who you are anymore. Damn, when did you change? And it's not just your family, it's your friends, your neighbors, because they never made it. So if this simulation were to only house the real energy beings, we'd be pretty damn lonely in here. There'd be one and probably 5,000. Do you remember a long time ago in the Bible when it said, in order to get into heaven, it'll be like a camel passing through the needle? So
okay,
the needle
I'm not that familiar with that verse, but I see what you mean.
Yeah, the needle was actually a real place. And what it meant that is when you would go to this town, which was called the Needle, that they had so many checks and balances before you could get in. You probably weren't going to get in. So everyone has taken it for it's the eye of the needle, but really it was a place. So when this entire thing happened, and almost no one's aware of it, I have small recollections of it, and I've started talking to people that have memories that don't match their reality, and it's like, but I know this is the way it was, but where did that fit into my reality? And start remembering those red skies, the Kachina, the blue and the red, why the Hopi Indian had this whole thing on the Kachinas, because it's already happened. But in our reality, where we are now and where we're sitting, we don't remember that. That didn't happen for us. We have our own set of memories that was given to us. But yet, we're in a new playing field. My God, land masses have changed. People have changed. Whole concepts and ideas have changed. What does it take to wake up these people? I mean, there it is. On your way, up and out. It's crazy. Crazy.
So with the remote viewing, what happens if you remote view, let's say for instance, and I'll just explain this quick one for people in case they don't know and aren't familiar for your channel. A huge Mandela effect for me is King Tut. Okay, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but
Yes, I am.
Okay, so if I would ask people to picture and visualize King Tut, I want them to visualize what his mask looks like, what identifying features would be on it. And instantly in my head, what of course would pop up and would be, well, he has a snake in the center of his forehead. And now he
Oh,
no longer just has a snake, he has a snake and a vulture, and it's like not symmetrical. So that's a huge change for me. Now, what would happen if you like remote viewed the King Tut mask? Would you see it in its past form and its current form? Are there ways you could see it both? Like, how does that tie into
okay.
the Mandela effect?
So when you remote view, you remember when I was telling you about the figure eights, and then there's all around 9, and then on each one of those there's 9, and on each one of those little ones there's 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. These are possible realities. When we first came into this entire schematic, we were shattered. So where we are, you can call it Gaia, you can call it the earth, you can call whatever you want to call it. It was shattered and we were shattered with it. So in that, there is a part of us that is dwelling and living in every one of those figure eights. And what's happening is we're starting to collect our shards, and we're having memories being put into us that do not correlate in our reality. And the reason we're having so many Mandela effects is because we're literally gathering ourselves back together again to be a whole unit again. You know, this whole thing about, oh, I'm going to find my Mr. Right or Mrs. Right, or I'm going to get my, what do they call those crazy things? Twin flames and all this crap. No, that's bullshit. The reality is we're collecting ourselves, and the only one that's going to fill us up are the pieces that are missing within inside of us. And as time goes on, we're going to need people less and less because we'll be filling ourselves up. But along with that comes memories. And then the reality is not matching those memories. And it's like, oh my freaking God. It's like we're in the twilight zone. Boom.
So I'm a little confused. So like when there's a Mandela effect, like the King Tut one we were just talking about, do you think that the king, because now it has the snake and the bird and not just the snake, so the snake version of the King Tut, it's part of our memories because it's part of a different fractured reality? Because my question with that would be like, well, then why is all the residue for all these changes here in this reality that we're experiencing now, as well as the memories of all the people that I asked on these changes?
Okay.
That's one of the issues I have with like different timelines. And I'm not saying there can't be different timelines. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just don't see that as the cause for like why we're seeing the changes, because it seems that everything is here except the original items that have changed.
Yes. Well, when I look into it, when I first started remote viewing and a lot of stuff started coming to me in dreams. And it's like, whoa, first off, the first thing I saw was that we are on a huge cosmic egg. We are one tiny little bitty snow globe. I call it a snow globe, but it's a Dyson sphere. On top.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. You're he, you're he, you're he, mic check, mic check. What's going on, folk? What's going on? Salute to the grand old chat room. Much love to the chat room. GA, holistic, somewhere in time. Dino, infamous. Day one, Dr. E, Jen, CC. Good stuff. Good folks down there. Home Bliss. This is your boy London McLovin channel, aka King James. We're just doing a replay of Stephen and Sonia. Right, just doing a replay. I am supposed to be having a chat with Brian hopefully this Tuesday. For those of you who's out of the loop, all right, I'm gonna be having a chat with Brian, and hopefully Machine Lads can make it over. You never know. I'll probably put in a call for Z as well. Make Z come over there. It's been a little while since heard Z, in person, so to speak. So salute to Z. That's my boy. Salutes. Yeah, they just mentioned Dyson Sphere, right? I've been looking into that shit as well. Because they're talking about, they reckon they've seen alien life out there somewhere in Dyson Sphere shaped, right? Dyson Sphere. But I just think they're talking about ourselves. I just think they're talking about ourselves. When they're saying we've seen a Dyson Sphere out there, they're talking about the eye and its whole structure, in my opinion. Maybe it's been, transformed from, human to type of android or robot, who knows, micro to macro. But the Dyson Sphere, I think they're just talking about us. in my opinion. But yeah, let's keep going. Big up to Stevie and Brian rather.
Top of this, on the very top of this huge cosmic egg. So the whole cosmic egg is just an energy being, but it's in a different stature form because we've been so squashed down over time. We're like 0 point energy. We are the true 0 point energy. Now, if you want this energy to be strong and perpetual, you're going to get it small, get it small, get it smaller. The smaller you get it, the stronger it becomes. So at one point in this reality, we were quite large. I mean, very large, mountain large, even bigger than mountains. Okay. So when we were Dyson sphered into this reality here on this huge cosmic egg, and we were made extremely small.
Cosmic egg. See, she's talking my language. She's talking my language, man. Hold on a second. Let me post that link and pin it. She's talking my language. This lady is talking my language. Sonia, you're talking my language. All right. I've been trying to tell these people about the cosmic egg. All right. The vault. I've been trying to tell them, but you know, they like different things, Sonia. Can we blame them? Can we fault them for liking different things? You know, I don't know. I don't know. But hey, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's a good stuff. It's a good stuff. Give me a second. Let's get back to business. Where are we now? Over here. You know what, actually? I need to try something else out. 1 second. You lot let me know, right? If you lot can hear and see it still. 1 second. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Oh, it's not going to work that way. Forget it. We have to do it this way. Yeah, let me know if you lot can see and hear it. No sound. Okay. Okay, she said no sound, so I can't show it that way then. Okay, no sound. Alright, we'll try a different way. I'm just trying out different ways while I've got the chance because alright, tell me if you can see this one, right? Can you see and hear that? Could you not see and hear that? Was it showing anything? No, okay. Let's go back to the normal way then. I'm just testing it, see what's going on. For some reason, it only lets me show my entire screen like this. Like, weird.
The part of the simulation, which is Michael, the Red Queen, uses us as a power packed batteries, if you like, and does not want to wink out because without us, it doesn't exist. It doesn't have perpetual energy. Whereas we, as eternal beings, are perpetual. We're part of source. We're fractal of source. We are like an energizer battery that just keeps renewing itself. Whereas this reality has to work off something. It's not like that. It's not a part of source creation. And so it's using us. And in the process of using us, because we're in this simulation, being projected into this, other than the dark.
No, Sniper, I don't think I have heard her speak about Venus and its projection. You might have to locate that for me, bro, if you don't mind. Respect.
Ones who were put here because they had nowhere to go. We are very manipulated. And I mean on every realm, on top of being shattered. And when I look at the shattering, because the physical world is such a small spectrum of this reality, and everything else is so much bigger.
Yeah.
We are now in the process of going into 4D, which is a mental construct. So when let me explain this real quick. When I look at how this schematic was actually designed, 1D is a mental construct, and it's extremely dark because that's where they had to get started off. 2D and 3D are physical constructs. 4D is another mental construct, and it's a bridge to get you to 5D and 6D. 1D was a bridge to get you to 2D and 3D. The problem is that they're kind of negative. 2D is the worst. The 1D was the worst. And now that we're bridging over using 4D mental construct into 5D, there is a huge, in 3D, we have 1 through 12 densities. Now, halfway through the bridging of 4D, which is a mental construct, bridges you to 5D. You are in the bridge, or you wouldn't know what you know. Your neighbor is still in the first part of 3D. They know nothing. They don't want to know anything. They're not making this.
Yeah. So how do you think we got here? How do you think we got here? If you think we're in a simulation that's to basically use our energy and stuff like, and we came from somewhere else, from source that created us.
Yes.
How did we get here? Did we get tricked here? Did we make mistakes in a past life? Did we volunteer to come here? How did we end up here?
Okay, so in the very beginning, because I went way back to the beginning, how it all started, because I had like a billion questions. So I saw in the very beginning, there was only source, static freaking logic. It does not move. It's static. And then the next thing it thought, because it's just a thought field, that's all it is. It thought, what else? And out of it came the feminine, the aspect, the emotion, the mover, the creator. Who is that? That's us. All of us that came out of source is the feminine, the creator, the emotion, the mover. And from there, we went into like this black abyss void. And it's like warm, and it's like pure love. And it's like, you don't care about anything. You're completely satisfied.
Oh, she said we went into the abyss and it was warm. Pure love in the abyss. Whoa, I've never heard somebody put it like that. That's different. Okay, let's keep going.
You don't know anything. I mean, you're just like experiencing whatever you're experiencing, and it's not much. We came across, all of us did, that are in here originally now, and it's still collecting us. I call it the Archon because I don't have a name for it. It's a dark being. It's even darker than the void. So basically, I recall what happened to me. I can't say for anyone else. I went up to the thing, this Archon. It kind of looks humanoid, but it's all shadowy. Doesn't look like a person. It just got arms and legs and a head and torso. That's about it. And I remember it saying to me telepathically, do you want to be with your own? And I was like, well, yeah. And that's without having any language, a communication. He opened up a box, and inside of the box were red, blue, and yellow little energy beings. And as soon as I thought, yes, I'd like to be with them, boom, I was in, the lid was shut. And that is where we are.
Where were you before this like encounter with it? Like, was this in a dream state? Were you awake and conscious when this happened? Were you a little child? Like, when did this happen to you?
I was when I had gone to sleep, I was so agitated. I wanted to know how to undo all of this damage. And I went into a dream state. And then from there, I dropped down to Delta, which is where you slip your body. And when I slipped my avatar, I went back and it was like seeing, like from a third person point of view, what was going on. And as soon as I saw all of that, I was like, shit, tricked into this damn place. We were all tricked in here. That archon was created out of the very last source, because every source comes to this point where they're like, what else when you've done absolutely everything under the sun? There's nothing new. The worst thing you can ever find is when there's nothing new and it's all been done. So negativity was created, but it wasn't created like us. It was created where we have a reciprocal with source. Everything we know goes to source, and source gives back to us. This thing, this archonic being, was only created one way. Everything it learned went back to source, and source gave nothing back to it. So it needed to feed.
Source. Okay, let's stop it right there a second. What do you guys think source really is? Right? What is source? Anyone know what source is? Mhm. Source is apparently where it comes from, right? But hear me out a second. Why in all of these movies, cartoons, whatever you want to call it, right? Their source, right, seems to be the tree, right? The tree. Why is source the tree? Why in all of these things source is the tree? Should we take a look at the tree and some of the stuff that I've been waiting to kind of show, to be honest? I've been kind of waiting. Let's have a little look. Let's have a look, see. Source, right? Let's have a look at source. Where's source? All right, so you know, like an avatar and all these things, right? They've always got the tree. All right, let's come off this one actually. Let's go straight for where is it? This one right there, right? This is where they get their little knowledge in that from, right? The tree. This is what who gives them their, or this is where things get stored rather, almost like how would you call it? What's the name they use for it? Is it Akashic records, right? Where things get stored, right? Within this, the tree. This is mother. This is like Gaia. This is their connection, right? A source. Right? That's source. You lot are with me, right? You lot are rocking with you. You lot see where I'm going with this, right? I hope you're paying attention. Right? They always go to the trees, right? For source when they want the knowledge, right? So we got one already, right? We got one now. This is Avatar, right? Then we go over here, right? Remember this one? I know you folks remember this one. Ah, see, London does it different, right? Why are we going to the trees? Why are they going to the trees? Look, source. Why are they going to the trees? Is what I want to know. Hmm? What is source and the trees got in common? Can someone riddle me that, please? Mm? And then look, it don't even stop there, because I was watching something with my children again, my youngest, my daughter, right? And this is another one that had the tree in plain sight again, right? What's going on with these sauce? What's the sauce, man? Come on, someone please tell me. I do it different. I know. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Hey, sauce is the tree. I don't. Are they talking about what, the tree? All right. Hold on. Let's go back a second. Let's go back. Let's go back. I don't think you're hearing me. I don't think you're hearing me. Means I gotta smack you around a little bit. Hmm? All right, hold on. So when we're talking about trees, right? We're looking at this stuff here, right? The tree. Remember, we just covered the tree, right? The tree. Oops, turn that off. Don't want to get copyright, even though I probably have. All right, to the tree, right? We're talking about the tree. What else looks like the tree, though? Hmm? What else is the tree? Hmm? What else? What else looks like the tree? Where do we get the source from? Where does source come from? Hmm? Hmm? What's the tree? Hmm? In the wishing tree. Hmm? Could they be talking about the upper room? Could they be talking about the upper room? Hmm? Like the tree. You see what it's shaped like. You see what it's shaped like. Alright?
And this is why it's been collecting all of us, feeding off of us. Everything inside of this entire archonic being, we have created. We are the energy beings. We are the creators. We are the feminine, the mover, the maker. Everything, all the way down to the first bodies ever produced in this entire reality, archonic world, insectoids. We created those bodies. Then we created the reptilians. And then we created, well, actually, draconian. We created all of it. We've played every role. We've done everything. The
She's saying we created these things that go bump in the night. Hmm? Don't know. But when I hear we, I want to hear a name or a label, because I didn't make it. You can't include me in that. I didn't make nothing. I just made the holy AI book. Guilty. That's what I've made. You know, a few other things, but yeah, draconies and shit like that. Nah, that wasn't me. It wasn't me.
archon gives us what we need to create inside of here to keep us in its playpen and use us as a food source. And it comes down to just that. And
So how do you think we get out?
you grow yourself out, because I was like, I can't do this anymore. I got to get the hell out of this shit. I'm tired of being food. And every time we have another incarnation, which is a trap, it is a trap. And they put us, they wipe us etherically, they shock us, and then throw us back into utero. They'll present things.
That's wild. So just imagine if my thoughts, my memories is actually feeding something else. Another me tucked away somewhere. That's crazy. It's just feeding them my thoughts, my memories, everything, right? And then one day they decide to let it out loose. Can you imagine shit like that? But it's speaking Dominico, man. It's speaking Espanol, man. It's not speaking English, man. But man, Orlando, man. Orlando, no. Orlando, haha, Orlando. Can you imagine that? My thoughts about speaking a different language in a different part of the world. Who knows? Who knows? What are we feeding? What are we really feeding? That's crazy. Because I do believe in the prayers, that we put out there. That's going somewhere. Something's feeding off that. The intent. Wild.
Things to you. This is your mom. This is your dad. This is your dog. This is your cat. This is your uncle. Come with us. Come to the light. Yeah. So they can reshock you and throw you back into utero again because you are the food source. This is what it's all about. And waking us up out of that is one of the hardest things because over time, the ethereal being, you can damage it as far as holding knowledge. It will come back to you once you die and get out of here, but they try to get you fast before you wake up. It's like having vertigo. So when you die, you're like, whoa.
They try to get you fast before you wake up. Before we wake up. That's interesting. 1 second. Give me a second. Meant to do this a while ago. So there you go. Let's get back to business.
You're off kilter, you're not with it, and they're on top of you. Come with me, come with me, come with me. First thing you're going to say is screw off, leave me alone. I'm putting myself back together like Humpty Dumpty. I will not go with you, and let everything slowly come back to you. And then you'll know. You'll know because they'll get you before you can know. This is why they're always in Hollywood pumping the ghost whisperer.
Whoops. Bless you.
Oh my God. Go to the bug trap. Go to the
Brian, that was hilarious. That's hilarious, bro. That's why I don't really like those type of screenings like that. The Zoom is that a Zoom call or something like that? Can you imagine if you let one go or something and and the camera went straight to you? You're like, oh. You can't even deny it because the sound came straight from your mic, right? So it goes straight to you. You could have passed it off and said, "Hey, Sonia, behave yourself. We got guests," but no, it was you. The camera flicked straight to you, bro. That's hilarious. Oh man.
zapper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. And it's like, I decided that I needed to get this information out because nobody's talking about it. I started my channel a little over 4 years ago. And when I first said, don't go to the light, are you crazy? It's a bug trap. And I started doing all of these videos. And it's like I had a lot of people who were so indoctrinated that God loves me. Does an all-loving God put you through living hell every single day so it can get more energy out of you? This is exactly what's happening. Why are you getting beat up here? Because you literally make more energy when you're in stress.
What do you think the other reality where we're trying to get to looks like? Because you said that this was like a copy of that one, but it's corrupted and certainly is corrupted. What do you think? What do you think would happen if like we made it to the next, or when we do make it to the next stage?
What I see is when we keep going up, we're growing ourselves bigger. We are.
DN in the building. What's happening, DN? Much love. Ryan in the building. What's going on, Ryan? Big up, big up. Mr. Baxter in the building. How you doing, Baxter? Much love, everybody. Much love. 420 if you got that shit.
Are the same size as the archonic being, but we've been diminished because he's drained us down. Think of a milkshake, and I'm going to drain you down to
Mr. Random Fan, aka Sean in the building. How you doing, Sean? Much love.
this. We can rebuild our energy because we're perpetual 0.1 energy. That's what we are. So when we get to the next up and out, we're getting bigger. We're not just getting bigger in these avatars because that's what they are. It's just an avatar. You've played every role. But what you're doing is you're regrowing your energy being so we can grow out of this archonic being. And that is the purpose. And this is why this place is always hitting you and trying to keep you suppressed so you don't grow out of it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I definitely agree with a lot of it. I totally think that this reality is always trying to get you to just invest your energy into either side A or side B of every argument, every polarizing view, and just suck your energy into it. And all these different ideas that people usually put all that energy into, it's always just fake. It's always just a complete fake script, you know? It's a complete trap.
There's an old saying that says, the gods don't want you lukewarm, they'll spit you out. Lukewarm means you don't go to the negative and you don't go to the positive. The positive are idiots sitting on a lotus leaf singing kumbaya, my Lord, and the negative are killing children and eating them. So you really got to stay in the middle, because if you're not producing that high energy and it's not being able to feed off of you, guess what you're doing? You're regrowing your energy being. There it is.
So,
draw the middle line.
Obviously later, you know, after you put this on your channel, I'll put it up on mine and stuff. And a lot of people have heard of remote viewing, but don't really have a clear definition of what that is, or like the process that you go through to do a remote view or anything. Could you maybe give us a little crash course on that real quick and define that?
Every single person has the ability to remote view. Don't think you don't, because you do. Your biggest arsenal, here's your box of arsenals, your imagination. We have something called a trinity. This is a brain. Your heart is the biggest brain, and your gut is a brain. You know, the gut feeling? You're going to pull all three of these together, get them to work in unison, because they have been severed by our society purposefully. Because if I can disconnect your trinity, you don't function. This is all along with the, okay, everybody loves their chakras, but they are a lockdown change system. You're supposed to be working as a full unit being, not chakras, because they're governors put on top of you. Every one of those chakras is connected to a part of your brain. And the reason the chakra system was put on you was to shut down individual parts of your brain. Once those chakras start to fall off, and they will, all of a sudden your brain starts working and it's connected to your heart and your gut. And at that point, what can't you do? This is what's happening in this ascension. For the first 7 years, the insides of us are changing. Our pineal and pituitary gland are twice the size. Our throat has changed. Our heart is almost in the middle. Our appendix is now functioning for the first time. Our gallbladder is refunctioning. Our spleen has ground. These are all detoxing systems because of what has happened to us in this 7-year ascension. And then the next 7 year, we'll get it something, because your body only takes 7 years, because it's a biological machine, to replace itself. Every organ, your skin, everything gets replaced every 7 years within that time frame. This is why it's going to take 7 years and 7 years and 7 years and 7 years and 7 years until we have an entirely new avatar. This is going to take a few generations. It's not going to happen overnight. We were taken down to a most miserable level when we first came into this simulation, and everything was shut down. Chakras were slapped on, and we had our brains divided when we had one unified brain, and it did not have the reptilian part of our brain as our species. That was put in later as a lockdown system, along with your adrenals, to keep you in fight and flight and fear. So those adrenals will be going. That reptilian part of your brain will be going, and our brain will start to unify again because of this ascension. This is what humanity is actually looking at. And this is why no one's talking about this, because it is top freaking secret. I need to keep your ass in fear. I need to pretend that we're doing all of these things. Some of it is real. The wars is a big one. The financial is a huge one. I need to take away your stability and security. I'm going to make everything inflated, and where you going to take a bucket load of money to get a candy bar, because this all puts you into a state of fear. Because if you're in a state of fear, you know what's going to happen? It's really hard to change your DNA when you're in that low vibration, because you need to carry the higher vibration to make this ascension.
Do you think that the changes that are happening to us are all part of us? Like it's all us? Or do you think there's like outside help? Because I've looked at, so you brought up some of the body changes, and like the heart's an obvious one. And I've talked about some other ones, including during what was going on in the last 4 years, right? All of a sudden, these two new glands. Because I used to question, hey, what's going to happen to these people that are constantly covering their face, and are they going to pass out and die? Like, what's going to happen here? And all of a sudden, now scientists discovered for the first time ever, allegedly, two glands in the human throat, both a half an inch long. That's sizable. All of a sudden, they're in the human anatomy.
Yes, Brian, I spoke about that a few months back. I don't think no one really was willing to entertain it. Yeah, I was aware of that. After all these years, of studying the human body, apparently they've come across some new glands, right? New glands. Very interesting. Very interesting.
And they're there to protect from bacterial infection. The heart seems to be more protected behind the sternum. You got bones behind the eye sockets now. You have little holes in your skull that would seem to like alleviate pressure. Your kidneys now protected up more behind the bone. So I've always looked at this is one of the reasons why I've looked at what we call the Mandela effect. And again, the Mandela effect, our bodies change into this ascension. I mean, this is all one part of the same process, right? We're just using the terms that we're given, right? So, and I've always looked at that as this is one of the reasons why I think this has been a good thing, why people shouldn't fear the changes in this reality. Because let's face it, the changes to our bodies seem to be upgrades, and most of the other stuff, it's kind of just neutral. Or in my estimation, a lot of the deceptions in this world and the things that are trying to put you in fear, like the events they give you and all these things, they have tons of changes in them that I think are making people put their eyes on it. And another thing I want to ask you, we talked about a 2012 thing and how, some people might not be the same people they were. I've speculated this about all these people that have had their names changed in reality now, like missing letters in their last names and all this stuff from these Mandela changes. And I'm wondering if it's the same soul inside.
Hey, let's talk about it real quick. Let's talk about it because we're making some good points in the chat room about this, right? Ryan saying it appeared around 2020. Now, what else appeared around 2020? What happened in 2020, right? Lockdowns and all of that stuff, right? So that's a red flag already, right? And then I like what Mr. Baxter put down there, right? The human body had been studied for centuries. You think they would have known every grand bone in organ by now, but that makes me think about evolution possibly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, what if evolution is not what we think, right? But evolution is more of a switch of the button thing, right? Just injecting type of thing, an injection type of thing. Imagine if evolution was like that. It's done that way. Right? Eugenics, you get it. Right? What if evolution could happen within, less than a century? Whenever they want it to happen. You ever thought about that? If we're coming up with like, new bits in our bodies, new glands and all of this stuff, right? Maybe that was done, I don't know, 10 years ago, and they're just waiting for somebody to pop up with it now. The new breed, the new generation. Little by little. Yeah, I feel like it could be a switch of the button thing, this evolution. All it takes is one prick and the next generation will be evolved. Simple as. Simple as. In my opinion.
Inside the body now, or if it's something different. So I think that might kind of tie into what you were saying.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I looked into this too, and I noticed back in 2012, my daughter has a huge reconnection. She's not the only one. When I started my channel, my daughter and I were talking about the Reds.
You know what's crazy as well? You know what? It's funny to even be thinking like this and talking about this. I've been binge watching. You know me, I like my little movies and stuff from time to time. You get little gems in them. But as I was having that little spill, right? I was remembering something I was watching the other day. I wonder if anyone's seen it. The Boys. You know, it's pretty gruesome, but pretty awesome as well. But the main villain in it, you know, he was made in a lab, so to speak. Right, and he's a he's a badass. He's a badass. I'll put it that way. Right, but that's like eugenics. That's playing around with, you know, people again, turning them into like superheroes. That is the theme of the movie, basically. Superheroes, but good guys, but they're really bad, right? Really bad. Just made me think of that. You got to watch it. Pretty awesome, but gruesome.
Sky event. I started having several people talk about, oh my God, you know about the red skies. I had this one guy, his name was Ducky Hellfire. He's from UK.
The comic books were absolutely brutal. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. It's wild.
Taking his channel down because it freaked the hell out of him when I told him what happened to him. And that's just a whole nother story. But basically, we had our end of the world, and all kinds of craft came in and took us out of our bodies, so to say.
All types of crafts came in. All types of crafts came in. What type of crafts we talking? We talking UFO type? We talking lensy type? What type of crafts we talking? I want to know.
I remember I was remodeling my house because I bought a really old house, and my husband and I were steadily remodeling it over years. You know how that is. And I went to Home Depot, and Home Depot was right next to a big road, 22, which is going on Post, which is Aberdeen Proving Ground, which is one of the biggest proving grounds in America. They do the biological BS under the ground all the time. They're the ones doing the Zika virus, the West Nile virus, and all that, you know, because, you know, basically the mosquito is just a flying syringe. But anyway, so
You know what? Hey, I love this lady, you know. She sounds like she's got gems and stories for days. This is the type of person I'm talking about when I'm saying, hey, come up on my panel and tell me your deepest thoughts. She's the embodiment of all of that. She's deep, man. She's got a lot to say. I love it.
all of a sudden, everything went dark for me. And I started hearing, because 95 is not that far with me. 95, where I lived in Aberdeen, Maryland, is 6 lanes one direction, 6 lanes another direction, less than a mile away from the Home Depot. I started hearing all this crashing, cars crashing, tractor trailers crunching and crashing. And I heard people screaming. Everything was pitch black. Next thing I know, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I heard a man's voice in my head, not out here, but in my head, because there was screaming going on. I was in the part of Home Depot where the plants were. My husband had gone over to the plumbing section, so we were separated when all of this happened. And I felt myself being pulled out of my body. When I was pulled out of my body, it was still me. I felt as solid as this, even though I was pulled out of my body. And I'm looking around. The skies are blood red. I see death and crap all around me. There's car crashes. People are dying.
The skies are blood red. Hey, what made the skies red over in China? Was it China? They had like really red skies. And then I think they tried to blame it onto the boats that was fishing, right? Anybody remember that? What made the skies super red? They tried to blame it on fishing boats that was out by the seas, right? But nah. They said the lights from the fishing boats, these fishermen was using red lights and all of that stuff. Nah. What made the skies go red? All of Asia. almost. I'm pretty sure it was. We're not all of Asia, but the majority, a large portion of it. I wonder what happened there. That made me think of like even Mars itself. All of those movies when it shows Mars as a red sky, you know. Then it made me think of like the red dragon, red skies, all of that stuff. Mm.
They're being pulled out of their bodies too. And then I just, boom, nothing. And then I just woke up. 2017, I woke up and it's like, I have memories of the time before, and it's like, no, it's not right. I just woke up. It's like, where the hell am I? What's going on? This is not right. And the first thing I saw when I woke up, I went outside with my cup of coffee into my yard. I looked up and I was like, what the fuck is that? Huge black thing above us. It's like half in and half out, but I can see it. And it's like a huge world above us, but it's black. And it's like, oh my God. And then I realized the sky had changed. We used to have one unified sky, and now we have two. We have all these low clouds, and then we have this whole nother sky up here. And it's like, what the hell happened to my reality? What's going on? Mm-hmm. It's not right. Everything was different. It just in that single moment of waking up, getting my coffee, didn't feel right. Something was wrong.
The clouds are lower. The sun's white. Polaris is doing circles in the sky.
Yes. And it's like something's happened. And then Wendy, she got up because she was living with me still. She goes, Mom. And she came outside and she just kind of was like freaking out. And I'm like, what is it? Because my daughter's like 32 now, going to be 33. And I said, what is it? She goes, Mom, the red skies. What happened? I couldn't find you. And it's like, what are you talking about? The red skies. And so we started talking. She said she woke up. Her father and I had gone to Home Depot. She woke up. She was in the house with the animals. When she woke up, she said she looked at the window and the skies were bright freaking red. She said nobody was around. The neighbors were all missing. There were huge craft in the sky. She walked outside. She's like, what the hell is going on? She was screaming for me and her father, Randy. And she's like, I couldn't find you. I was freaking out. I didn't know what to do. She said, 2 alien-looking beings walked through the door. They looked humanoid, but they were not human, obviously, and told her that everything was going to be okay and to come with them. And she said, no, I'm not leaving my animals. And they're like, that's okay. We got this. We're going to get your animals. You're going to be safe. We'll reunite you. And she's like, I don't believe or trust you. And then they're like, well, the ship's up there. You can stay here or you can go with us. And she said she finally went to the ship. She said it was far to walk. Nothing was working. No electricity was running. The people were gone. She said there was a couple of people, and there was like 5 or 6 people. That's it in all of Aberdeen, with thousands and thousands of people, with a huge military installation less than a mile down the road, because it covers all of Aberdeen and all of Edgewood. It's huge. Most of it's under the ground. So basically, she walked out, went into the ship, and they're all like, what if they try to do something to us? And she said she walked in the ship and there was no one in the ship. It was just open, like in a bay area, and nobody came out. And she said they were debating if they should protect themselves. Should they get a gun? Should they do something? And then the next thing she says is she doesn't remember anything but waking up on a table. And she said she woke up on a table and there were these beings. They were bald. They had big, huge blue eyes. They all kind of look cute and similar. She said they look cute. They weren't that, they were thin, real thin. And she sat up on the table and they looked at her, came over, and she was talking to them here. And they let her stay awake for about 10 minutes. And then she said they laid her down and then she just woke up in the house. There it is. What do you make of all that?
That is wild. Let me ask you another question. So there's a lot of people I know that talk about near-death experiences, and they think they started seeing the changes in this reality after their near-death experience. Now, I don't remember having a near-death experience myself. I first started noticing changes in this reality around 2001, even though I didn't know what to make of it until later on. You know, years later, I had heard what Mandela effect is, and I kind of looked back at this type of thing. But it always made sense to me that some people could certainly be, and this is me looking at it from a little bit different perspective of what we're talking about, but if reality is more supernatural and spiritual in nature, I could see where somebody had their foot halfway out the door. Well, now they're kind of awoken to these things and they can start to see these things that have always been going on. Yeah. That kind of made sense to me. But from what you were telling me, do you think that the people that I know in the community, many of them that had near-death experiences, some of them very vivid, and now they're highly Mandela affected, for lack of a better term, do you think that they went and seen the Archon and were tricked to come back here, and that's what started their process?
Yes, absolutely. I do know that there are a lot of energy beings in here, but because this is a simulated reality, there's a lot of beings around us that are literally NPCs. But here's the thing, even the NPCs have sentience. Not all of them, depending on the caliber of the NPC. So basically, the ones that just come and go, like you can leave a room and they disappear, no sentience there. But the ones that are put into your reality, what's the best way for an NPC, which is an AI program running, what's the best way for it to learn? Be put with real energy beings, absorb and learn everything.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I don't know. I've been talking to a lot of people. I mentioned Ducky Hellfire. I would like to tell you his story because this is what got me to start looking deeper and going down new avenues. I can only do so much and think of so much. This is another reason I started a channel. I needed to get a hold of everybody because I needed to know what their experiences are so I could go look down these avenues and find out something else and put.
Bingo. Did you hear what she just said? She got in contact with people because she wanted to know their experience so she can know what avenues to go down. That's what I've been saying. I need to talk to this young lady. I need to talk to her, man. We need to connect. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell you guys. But, I don't know. Everyone's shy. No one wants to talk. Wow. But everyone got a lot to say, but don't say nothing. Crazy.
Put these damn puzzle pieces together so we can see what the big picture is, where we are, what we're in, what we're going through.
Facts. She's talking my language. Sonia, you are talking my language. This must be Amazon. Only the women are getting the job done. That's what it seems like. London and the women are getting the job done. All right, say no more.
Where we're going to land next.
I like that you used puzzle pieces. That's another term that I've used a lot to this. It's like it seems that some of this is, not all just us naturally as we spiritually awaken, ascend out of here or into the next realm or whatever, but a lot of it seems to be a puzzle to decode messages for us to put together with all of this. Because I think, now I haven't really, I don't necessarily agree that we're in a simulation, but that's fine. I mean, we can all have different theories on what this reality is, but I agree with a lot of what you're saying. And I thought that a lot of these changes that we see in this reality, like I mentioned with the body changes, I think they're coming from a true creator and trying to point out that this isn't the legit reality. So I agree with most of what you're saying, like a lot of it. So I just wanted to put that out there.
So I want to tell you about Ducky Hellfire.
Me too, Brian. I agree with a lot what she is saying. I agree with a lot of what she's saying.
And why Ducky Hellfire put his channel down after I did a video on Ducky Hellfire and what he saw, because I remote viewed it and it shook me to my core. So basically, Ducky Hellfire said in 1970, I think it was 72 or 73 or 74. I don't remember exactly what year it was. So I guess he's around my age because I'm actually was born in 66. So he said he was a small child and his family were like, regular, U.S. or United Kingdom citizens. And he was big into the whole thing with going to the moon and all that. And his mother made him a little outfit and a little metal, made out of tin, probably aluminum foil hat. And he said he would wear it to bed. So the outfit was aluminum foil and the little hat was aluminum foil. And he said one day he went to bed And when he woke up, he had a hard time waking up. It took him like a day or two to get out of this groggy state. He could not get it together. When he finally went downstairs, he said he found all of his family members dead. So then he went outside and he said all the animals were dead. All the crickets and the bugs and the birds were all dead. The only thing living was the vegetation. So then he said that he was freaking out. So he went to the neighbor's house and he was living out of everybody's refrigerators because everyone died. He was the only one he knew.
Nah, hey Dino, that's the wrong idea, man. It's not about the others who feel they know more than you. Remember, I knew nothing before, and I was still hitting the panels because I knew something wasn't right. I knew nothing, but I knew something wasn't right. That was enough to let me hit the panels and shit, you know. So it's not about if people know more than you, you know. At least you know something. At least you know something.
That was alive. And he said there was red skies everywhere. And that's when he got a hold of me because Wendy and I talked about the red skies. And he said that he was.
And what do you mean? Who would know more than you, Dino, down there? No, you know a hell of a lot, Dino. Plus, you've been following my work. Plus, we talk backstage and shit. So I don't think no one down there would know more than you, really, about this upper room game. To be honest with you.
Forgotten and left behind for 6 months. He was a little boy, okay, with the red skies. He said he was cold because winter was coming, and he took some of the furniture and he caught it on fire and he accidentally burnt the house down.
Yeah, doctor, I feel that way sometimes. Yeah, NPCs. Like what we was talking about earlier, you know, with the eugenics and shit like that, right? You know, could they just be making NPCs now? You know, what is real out here, man? What is real? Crazy. I just heard the back door go. Oh, Dino. What's happening, Dino?
I don't like to leave you up there alone. You know, you put the bloody word out, you ask all the time, so. And, you know, I don't say I know less than other people or whatever. I mean, I only make I make weird comments, you know. Maybe I'm just trying to trigger things or push buttons, I don't know, you know. You know, I mean, I've always got questions. Every time I come to your show, I've got questions. You know, speaking about this, you know, the situation that we finding ourselves in, and you know, just how do we escape the bigger picture? You know, you talk about the Mandela effect, and it's just like so much changes every day. Even the sun can be Mandela'd, you know. This place is just full of them. I feel like there's like some kind of operation that's just going on. Well, maybe we are the creators that are doing it. Maybe, you know, like with our thoughts that we can create, we can control even the what's going on in the upper room, you know, that our way of thinking and the way of doing things could be even the way that controls the upper room. You know, you know, love over war. I love that bloody saying, bro, because, you know, how many people are warring in their own minds, and is that the state of the upper room because of it, you know? I mean, that's wild to say shit like that, but, you know, I'm prepared to be wild if that's what it is, you know?
That's it.
But this place has got more wild shit going on than you can ever guy can poke a stick at. So why not jump in and say your wild shit?
That's it. That's it. That's what I've been trying to say to people, man. Like, your wildest imaginations, and you just heard the lady say it as well, man. That's what it takes. That's what it takes. They may look at us crazy and say us crazy, but hey, at least we're talking, at least we're thinking.
Yeah.
And we're not hurting.
I mean, the thing is, I feel like I feel at a loss if I don't verbally say something. Because if I don't verbally say it and I'm holding back a piece of the puzzle, well then I'm my own worst enemy, if not the world's worst enemy. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. When you put it like that, yeah. I feel you there. I mean, that's why, like, I stress it so much times, man. If you got something to say it. Hit the link. Like, I'm done with saying hit the link now. Like, it should be mandatory. Your boy London's gone live. You know what he want. I don't want no money, no donations. I just want your thoughts and your mind. That's all I want.
Well,
I
I
shouldn't
know
have to
that.
say
I
hit the
know
link
that.
anymore.
Yeah, I know that. And I'm not far out of. I mean, I just wait and hope that somebody else will jump up. You know. Because I mean, I don't want to just hear my own thoughts. I want to hear other people's thoughts too. You know.
So,
Same. You know, I just the same. I want to hear other people's opinions. I want to hear what other people are thinking. You know. I mean, I look at it like, you know, is there a way out of here any other way than through the mind? You know, like, I mean, if we're in the upper room and the upper room is thought, if you have a look at all the neurons, they say the neuron pathways of the mind, and you have a look at a diagram of those things, they're quite amazing. You look at the diagrams that they produce that represent thoughts in the mind and how they connect with the different I don't know what they call those things, receptors, I suppose, because we have receptors for every type of chemical in our body. So we also have these receptors in the mind that have different, I would say, channels for different ways of thinking. So I mean, you know, it's all vibration. When you speak it, it becomes a vibration, and once it's started, it's just the power of the wave that allows it to go, the length it goes. So for me, I think everything has to be really about our thought, and you know, how we think, how we project that thought. I'm raving here a little bit, and I'm really just what I do when I do this is just allow thought to start unraveling itself in my head, right? I mean, I'm giving it to you, and I'm getting it firsthand as you are at the same time, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, like, I feel like what traps us is our mind. So therefore, what unleashes us from the trap is our mind, right?
I like that.
Yeah, it has to be.
I agree with that. Let's have a little more of this video while we got it up here.
Cool.
Gems out of it.
But before he burnt the house down, he said,
Oh, that sounds like the back door. Chee, bomber clock. Man,
What's
like
up?
in the blood clot building, yo,
What's
TT,
going on?
TT. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wicked, wicked. What's going on, brother?
Nah, oh, anything and everything. I just got home, popped on, saw you guys were up, and started hearing a shortage of people coming up to speak. What the hell? What the hell? What's
There
up,
you
Dean?
go.
What's up?
Yeah, yes, sir. Man, like TT in the building, you know. Wicked, wicked. Good stuff. Good to hear your voice, man.
Yeah, what's been going on the tube side?
Oh, it's been ups, it's been downs, it's been roller coasters, but we still working. We still working over here.
Sorry,
Yeah.
my mic.
Hmm.
Sorry, bro. I was speaking to you. My mic was muted.
Oh
Yeah.
no. Like, why are they not saying anything to me?
Oh shit.
You are going
Oh
crazy, Dean.
shit.
Bro.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, bro. It's bloody good to hear your voice, bro. I'll tell you, we've missed you. I have. I really have missed you, bro. So, yeah.
Hey, I missed you guys too.
Welcome.
That's why as soon
Welcome.
as I had some availability, I popped in. But don't feel bad, Dean. They only say you're crazy if when you're talking to yourself, you say, "What'd you say?" Then you're crazy.
Yeah, no, oh, mate, I was having this conversation with the other day with a bloke, and we were just saying, like, the best conversations you have sometimes are the ones you talk with yourself, because at least you get the answer you wanted.
I know that feeling all too well. Which one of my personalities wants to sit there and fight with each other? It's like multiplicity in my head. I told you to shut up. I'm gonna tell Dad. I'm gonna tell Mom.
yeah. Good stuff.
It's great. It's great to have you here, bro. I'll mute me mic. I'm going to load me pipe and have a little sesh.
Good stuff. Hey, tell me this. Is that facts there on the screen? The malfunction of those neurons is called epilepsy.
I do believe
I
it's a
believe.
misfire through your visual cortex. That's why epileptics can't watch fastly flashing lights.
There
It's
you
something
go.
about the visual cortex to the brain that causes the
I'll
epilepsy.
leave this to you, Tony.
Do what?
I said, I'll leave this to you because you're the expert here, bro. Just bring it, bro.
Yeah. Epilepsy, schizophrenia, usually just a miswiring in the brain. Sometimes that miswiring can go right though, like he's a idiot savant, but he got into a car wreck and it jarred his head, and then after that he could only see numbers, or yeah, it was numbers and colors and shapes, and was able to do advanced math because of that little cross wiring, mixed shapes and colors with numbers.
Okay. Cross wiring. Interesting.
Right. Oh, it happens all the time. Some people, um, just like being colorblind, all
Okay.
those things.
Interesting. That's good stuff. All right. We was watching a bit of Sonia and Brian. Actually, let's get back into some of this.
Cool.
She was dropping some gems, man. Good stuff.
Okay.
That he heard some commotion outside. He's probably 6 years old, and he went underneath of the kitchen table, and the table had a big tablecloth over it where it almost touched the ground, and he was hiding underneath the table. And he said men in hazmat suits came in and collected all of the dead bodies everywhere, and he was scared to death, and he was just being real quiet under the table. This was in the first week when he woke up from his little comatose state from his little outfit he had on. So basically, after that, at 6 months later, he burnt the house down. The hazmat suit people came back and found him. He tried to run away into the woods. They got him anyway. And then they bring him in. they put him onto some kind of a conveyor belt. There was other people on it too, and he was crying and screaming. And some guy came up to him and he goes, "Why are you doing this to me? I don't want to do this." And the guy goes, "You have a very fine mind, son."
Wow.
And then he just remembers waking up as if nothing happened. And I was like, "Oh my shit, I'm remote viewing that." Here's what I saw. They put out a scalar wave, something where we got these in us and they tanked us all. They were also spraying, so it also affected everything. Every fish, every mammal in the ocean, everything, whatever they were spraying on us at that point when I looked into him. And that's what it did, was it activated it, and it was like a kill switch. It didn't affect the vegetation because they're not designed like we are. It affected mammals, insects, anything with lungs, heart, internal systems. So then when I looked at what happened to him, and let me tell you, I was shaking thinking about what was going on with him. He was put on a conveyor belt and he was slid into a vat, and inside of it was liquid, and it was like embryonic fluid. And then I saw all this nanotech inside of there, and it was disassembling him on the inside. It was disassembling his entire spinal cord and up here, and then his whole brain. And then it took and opened up his skull. Meanwhile, the AI was building in the spinal cord and the brain and making it stable, basically another housing inside and outside, being hooked up to probes and wires in the spinal cord and in the brain, and then put into a jar and put into a data stream into a mainframe to run a machine and 0-point energy. And I lost it when I saw that, because I'm like, well, I'm in the same world as Ducky Hellfire. What the fuck? And then, hate to cuss, but I was freaking out. And then I started remote viewing and saw that some of us came in to wake everyone up, because the real humans, these marauders, if you want to call them that, are going through worlds, stealing individuals and doing this to them to run their machinery, their ships. And so now outside of here, we have controllers, if you want to call them that are going, they're like police. And they go and they find these marauders, and they've got to free these people who are brain and spinal cords running a ship, thinking they're having a real reality, and wake them up to the point where you can't just slam someone out of that. And it's hard to do because etherically they're in prison. You ever seen Ghostbusters, where they go around and catch their little energy beings? It's kind of the same concept. So even if the brain and spinal cord die, if you're stuck into the actual machinery, you still can't get out. So basically, that's what I saw. Make of it what you will. Take what you want. Crazy.
What is the remote viewing process like? Like, so you decided you wanted to remote view what this guy was going through back in the 50s or 60s?
I never knew. Yeah. So basically, I never went into cyber world in my life until 2000 and I think 17. My daughter made me go into cyber world. I didn't like it, but I was going to do it because she's like, "Oh, come on, mom, let's do this." You hate anything to do with AI, and I do. I really do. So I found someone named Kelly Coffee, or Kelly in the Raw, and I ended up joining her Patreon. And she's like, "I'll teach you how to be a remote viewer." And I'm like, "Well, what the hell is that? I don't know what that is." Basically, what she did was, she was like a teacher, but on a high level. I know she came into this stuff. And the ones that have come in are the first ones to wake up. If you're awake now, it's because you came in. You're not one of those brain and spinals. We are the wave to wake up the ones that are the brain and spinals, basically. So we're the forerunner. There's no teachers in front of us. We are the teachers.
Ooh. Sing it, girl. Sing it. Sing it. He's talking that shit. She's like, "We are the teachers." Hold on a second. He's talking
Where's
that
Max?
shit.
Is Max in the audience still in the chat?
Max, I don't think so. Max Vision. What? Max Vision?
Yeah, he was in the chat earlier. I seen him there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. You might still be listening.
Big up to the chat down there.
Yeah, big ups to everyone.
Yeah, she's talking that shit, man.
So what you do is you have to connect your mind, your heart, and your gut. And you have to basically use your imagination because it's the key to unlock your remote viewing. It's going to take practice. It's not easy. It took me a while to learn how to actually do this. It does not always work. You can block yourself. And that's for fear. If you have any fear, you're blocked. You can't do it. So you got to put the fear down for one thing. If you have any fear in your heart, you're not going to do jack shit. No, you're not. So basically, you're going to use your imagination. You're going to close your eyes. The best thing is do it with some human being, somebody. Get a table, set up some objects. You can call them on the phone. There's no such thing as time or space because of what you're in. So you need to set up things where you can hit them. So maybe somebody will have a table set up, put some stuff on it. You're just going to close your eyes. You're going to imagine what's on that table. You can hit a color. When you first do it, you might not hit anything because this is a new part of your brain you have never used before. And like with anything, it's going to take practice. Every one of us have these abilities and more, but we've got to learn how.
You know what's crazy? What I was thinking as well, right? You see how came out and said, you know, they magically found some new gland in the human body that they didn't know was there before, right? Now, cool. That's what they're saying, right? We give that to them. Who knows? But what if they actually came out and said something like, "Oh, we just found out there's a new part in the human brain that you know, needs to actually be activated or activated. So you got to kind of, you know, put this headgear on and say, go and pay Elon a visit, if you know what I mean."
Well, I think that's initially what happened to the Greys, the ones that like to abduct and test on people and use them in the ships. Was they were using external energy to lengthen their lives and to procreate by cloning, and therefore their genetic code started to degrade. So that's when they decided to basically come here. But being a different density being, and they wouldn't be compatible to live here. Plus, they are negative in polarity, so they don't have authority to live here. So the only way they would actually be able to come here would be to interbreed with us, or through certain rituals, do a mixing of energies where one takes over. You know what I mean? Those are the ones that go and take and test people and do all that crazy shit. Those are fourth and fifth negatives, I believe.
Hey, 1 second. Chief Ironbush, my brother. I see you down there, family. Hit that link, family. Don't waste no time, my brother. No
Come on,
time.
bro. Come on. Love to have a word.
I've got TT up here. I got my man TT up here, but I ain't got Chief Ironbush yet. So, you know, hit that link, family.
I'm just a library man. I don't stop researching, even if I'm not here, man.
The library man. Yeah.
About that.
Well, that's the crazy part, man. I used to think that I had like a photographic memory and I could remember things well, but the more I think about it, I'm like, I wouldn't have enough room in my head to remember all those things. It's literally just a good connection to intuition. If I want the answer, I can go back in my past. It's a mind thing.
Yes.
It's not a mind thing.
Chief, real quick. That's a moderator, right? He's a good guy, man. Chief.
I am Bush.
Yep.
Oh,
Let's
right
get
on.
back to this video until we hit the link.
Hit the link then, bro.
So you're going to imagine what's on the table. You're going to start hitting it. Next thing you know, you're going to be like, I want to know what you're thinking. And you might start picking up thoughts that's a part of it also. It's a part of different parts of your brain that are shut down. We use 7 or less % of our brain capacity, okay? Which is connected to our heart and our gut. It is a trinity. So next thing you know, maybe you're thinking of somebody and they call you. All these little things.
You see what she just said there, right? 7% something is connected to our guts or whatever. You know, that's the same. You know, that's excuse me. That goes for the eye as well. Apparently, there's some nerve systems that is connected from the eye, and it functions with different parts of the body, right? Because what I'm coming to realize is now is you see, even when you see when people have stuff like when you have too much blood again, not too much blood, but your blood's too sweet or something like that.
Oh, what do they call that? Diabetes?
There you go. They have to do an operation to your eye.
And possibly your feet.
Yeah, yes, you're right. And your feet. Yes, 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 you're right.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? A new discovery is coming to find out that Alzheimer's is only called Alzheimer's here in America, or Parkinson's, one of the two. That's actually type 3 or 4 diabetes.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so it's like that's a disease of the mind.
Yes.
Exactly.
Diabetes of the brain.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Are signs to let you know you're on track. You're going to start opening these set abilities. And they are that is like riding a bike. How could you ride a bike if you didn't even know there was a such thing as a bike to ride?
Yeah, it's like the synchronicities we get, I feel, are letting us know we're on the right track. And I also seen at times that I've taken information downloads for things I know I haven't even looked into. So I'm like wondering where that comes, you know?
That is a part of you connecting to the ether. We are literally supposed to be a conduit, which means that from the earth to the ether, we're a conduit. Just think of a tree. You know how they're like, no tree huggers allowed here, because a tree is a natural conduit. And it's depending on the tree, it holds multiple dimensions. You can tell the dimensions that a tree holds by the leaf shape and size. So if it's a single, say, beech leaf, it only holds one dimension. If it's a multiple leaf, it holds that many dimensions. This is why the Sasquatch, the Bigfoot, the Yeti, whatever you want to call them, they bite into a tree depending on what it is, and they can skip into different dimensions.
Wait a
and
minute.
For
Is
you.
that why the marijuana leaf has so many leaves?
It takes you to different dimensions. True.
It's got them all in there. It's got all 7 of them motherfuckers.
Some of them are or more.
There you go. Hey, welcome to the panel, Chief Iron Bush. How we doing, sir?
Glad tidings, greetings to everyone, the panel, whoever's in the chat, and whoever may see this on the rewatch. Balance and wholeness to you all. It's always an honor to be here.
Good stuff. Always honored to have you, man. Always.
It's a little. I don't know if you got my email. I had emailed you back because I know I had missed the last show, I think, that you did on Saturday that we had kind of planned for. I just had some unforeseen things come up, and I emailed you my personal phone number. So I don't know if you got to add international things in front of it, but that way we can connect correspond with each other, in real time. And that will help out a lot as far as the time zone differences and things like that.
Most definitely. I didn't even see your number. I'm gonna put my one in the chat for you right now, in the back chat.
Got you.
Could always hook up on Telegram too, because there is group messaging. Plus, there's you can personal message everybody that's on there.
That's a fact. What, Tone? Do you want to throw that in the chat for me, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Respect. And then you can join our Telegram group as well, Chief Ambush, if you wanna be a part of it. No, it's more instant that way. Very instant.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have Telegram a lot. I mean, I know about it. But to be honest with you, like I've been more like I've always been more like a boots on the ground type of person. And it wasn't I just brought all the ancestral teachings online not even 2 years ago. And I because of, my age group, I guess you could say, generation. The only thing I really knew was Facebook. So I hopped on Facebook, and I got the green light from the elders to go ahead and start sharing some things that a lot of people don't know about. This was before I was even given chiefhood. This was when, I was just, and not that a title mean, I'm not big into titles or anything like that. But it's it's a lot of people don't realize it's a respect thing. Like, I caught a lot of flack once when I obtained chiefhood. Like, a lot of people, because on Facebook, within a year and a half, I got about 30,000 people sub. So when I do lives and teachings on there, there's a pretty good amount of people. I've slowed down here recently. I've been like kind of transitioning over to YouTube because Facebook, it just seems like it's starting to attract a lot of bots and a lot of people that aren't there for the right reasons. So my thing is, like, I don't care about the quantity. I care about quality. So it does, if there's only 15 people and we're sharing some quality information and it's resonated on a quality level, a higher frequency, that's much more powerful and has much more authority than 1,000 people in your live stream and all of them in the chat talking crazy, talking dumb, don't not even truly following the message and what's
That's
going
true.
on. And that's the true word of the atonement. A lot of people want to always bring, especially in Christianity, like the atonement of Christ. Well, let's break down the word. Atonement is the A tone of the mind. What's the A tone? It's the alpha tone. So it's the source code of the mind. Not all this extra, this demiurge, this Yalda Bayoth, Saturn moon matrix, this holographic spinoff, because that's primarily what is going on here. There isn't, everyone is kind of like too severe on how they look at the realm. It's either you got a group of people that's like it's a prison, a Saturn moon matrix prison and this and that. Then you got a group of people that just is like love and light, and it's all what you make it. And there is no, evil forces here per se. It's just agreeable and disagreeable energy. Like, you got to find that balance in it. Can it be a prison planet? Yeah. If you it's all on you. Like,
If you believe it, yeah.
it's internal. This whole thing is internal, and the authority over all here. And it is about your eternal soul. Your soul is the only thing you're here that is eternal. Not even your spirit. A spirit is not even eternal. Your spirit is what emanates from your soul. Your soul creates your spiritual emanation. So a spirit is not, there's spirits that are here in different dimensions that are stuck in dimensions, bodiless, that, if that dimension or that frequency, if nothing is there, that being or that spirit is stuck there alone. We could call that hell.
Yeah.
We being alone in a little prison cell by yourself in isolation. So it's more about your soul, and and what my message is really, a lot of people ask me, if you're a real chief of a native tribe indigenous to the land, why are you always bringing up Christ in the Bible? And I think I told you this before, Brother London, is, you got to realize what age we're in. All right, we all have been incarnated into the age of Pisces. Now, right now, we're on the cusp. A lot of people think we're all the way totally in the age of Aquarius. No, this is called the cusp. It's the overlapping. So we still have the Piscean energy, which is the main thing about Piscean energy is is rulers. It's Piscean energy always needs an overseer. You always the Aquarian energy doesn't. The Aquarian energy is all about individuality, and you become your own sovereign ruler, government entity, all within yourself. That's why you got to go within.
Right. We don't need no fish god.
Yeah, Dagon and all that. You're absolutely right, and that goes back to Enki and Oannes and all that. Like I've done a teaching, basically proving that John the Baptist literally is Enki. John the
Right.
Baptist, who's real in Greek, or even if you go back to Hebrew, his name is Oannes. The story of Oannes is the same thing, putting people in the water, which we call baptism and thing. And Enki's first original name on the Sumerian tablets was spelled Ea. A lot of people don't pronounce it right. It's pronounced Yah, Yah. So when you say Hallelujah, you literally just said Hallel is the original name of Lucifer. Lucifer wasn't even a word until the 1600s. The same time Jesus came in. The only Jesus there was in 2,000 years ago was in South America or Central America. Wasn't no Jesus running around in Egypt and in Palestine. So the name Jesus and Lucifer both popped up at the same time, right after the King James translation in the 1600s. Prior to that, this being that everybody calls Lucifer was Hallel. So when you're saying Hallel, Lu, Yah, if you go back into the Sumerian tablets, Enki also lines up with Lucifer, and Enlil lines up with who you would call Satan or Yahweh and Ahriman,
Horus.
who the Zoroastrians call Ahriman. But it basically goes back to the two brothers. I'm sorry if I came on here and totally switched up with y'all. I just hopped on, seeing you was on, brother. I hope I'm not taking a left turn in anything you
Yeah,
guys were speaking of.
You're on point, man.
you're good, man.
But I heard you. I seen you on. I tried to catch up on the last one, brother London. I saw you talking a lot about the eye and the lens,
Uh-huh.
and that is so applicable to this realm and to everything. And what a lot of people don't know is your eye is literally an external piece of your brain, right? It's literally your brain exposed.
It has the
It is
flower
your
of
brain.
life in it. Did you know that?
So check this out. And a lot of people don't know, this was basic stuff I remember learning.
Hold on, GP. Before I let you go, would you say it's the brain or the pineal gland?
The pineal gland is your real eye. That's your first eye. They
Right.
always say
Yeah,
third eye. That's your first
yeah.
eye because your pineal gland has a retina on it too. So check this out. Check
Oh,
this
It
out,
sees
right?
past the physical.
Yes, it's your first eye. So
It is.
the when they say they come to divide and conquer, well, that's your two eyes. That's division. Now you have double vision, division. You're looking with your external eyes because check this out. Your eyes taking everything upside down. That means you're literally
yeah.
looking at everything upside down and backwards. That's where Babylonian double speak dog Latin comes in because
Right.
it plays tricks on your brain. Because your eyes are seeing everything backwards and upside down. It's not until your brain then takes in the light code and then gives it to
Converts it.
your what you think is your vision. So literally what you're seeing outside of you is literally coming from inside of you, from your brain.
But can I ask you this? Because I've kind of been on this theory for a while that our eyes actually create reality because that's what creates density.
Whether to trust
All right.
No,
So that can
fine.
be.
I was muted. That's facts, Tony. That's facts. Because I've been looking into that since you brought that to my attention, right? Things have been falling into my lap regarding that topic, right? And do you remember when you
Right.
was talking about our eyes emit the light, right?
Right. The extra omission
Right.
theory.
Yeah. Now, why are they talking about what's his name? Stephen Hawking's theory, right? They're saying it has to be correct now, right? That black holes emit light, not
Because
just
that
suck.
was only a recent occurrence. That was a change in the shift because before, when they viewed that, they never saw light emitting from the top. And now they go, oh, it's just our instruments got better. When a lot of more
Mm,
advanced scientists will tell you, no, we knew what the data was before. This shit just fucking changed.
yeah.
Yes.
Wild.
Or the third option, they've been lying about it the whole time. And it was always emitting light, but it didn't fit their numbers because they don't have the true number of relativity because they can't account for conscious control over the system. If you don't throw in personal kinetic energy, which would be the power of K, then you can't. Just like weather people, they make $1 billion satellites to predict the weather, and they can't predict it because you can't predict what is consciously being controlled.
This
Mm.
is this is where their folly is from my angle. Their folly is they can't they cannot predict the feminine energy. And our crater, the signature in our crater is feminine energy. That's life. That's why all life comes through the womb. So
Well, what does
that
feminine
is the.
energy do? It changes.
You say it again.
Feminine energy changes.
Exactly. It's unpredictable. So it's intuition, it's intuitive, it's not logic. So what they're trying to do with all their science and everything is like the odds of playing lottery. One out of 150 billion people, you have a 1 out of 150 billion chance to win this lottery. That's how they're doing everything in this realm. It's all logic. And the AI, even right now, we're literally feeding it. So it's getting into the realms of the causal realm and the effect realm. So eventually, this AI is going to reach true singularity, which it has already. It's just it hasn't manifested on the level
Right.
to where it's going to like trump the
It,
whole the
it
whole reality,
yeah, it's
the
the internet
collective.
system as a whole.
Right.
Like it's already going to become that aware because so many people have focused on it for so long and gave it
Exactly.
care,
So
thought, and concern.
it's taking our manifestation power, basically. So then that's
Hmm.
the story of the Antichrist. The people get so caught up in the word Christ and equate it to Jesus, then we get in religion and all that, then they lose focus of what the real story is about. You can interchange the word Christ with soul, spirit, or organic life.
Even
So it's
Buddha.
yeah, exactly. It's life, it's natural, organic, soul, spirit, life versus anti a natural, organic, soul, spirit life. And organic is free will, which equals freedom. So do we have freedom now? No, we don't. We have liberty. Liberty means a leash. It's just a leash. How far you can go off the ship and get back to the ship. That's why everything is ships, got ship on the end.
But there's a
You,
way out, man, and it's through, and the only way through is in.
that's right. You're absolutely correct.
Mhm.
And if since us being what we would call the son of man or the sons and daughters of mankind, we've incarnated here in whatever your beliefs are in cosmology. If you haven't fully, if you haven't fully bought into Crater Earth, Bigger Earth, it would we can just keep it basic and say realm, the realm that we're in.
Right.
We know that this our energy signature is the phi or the phi in the aether. That's where they get the word father from, the phi and the aether. That's where the word faith comes from. You're putting your energy, the phi, into the aether. That's faith or faith. You're a faither. You know, that's your natural toroidal energy. So we have these beings here that are not indigenous to this signature, which is the nature sign of this realm, who we can call Saturnic. It's clear that they're Saturnic because everything they do is about cubes and trying to terraform our realm, which is called
And the black
geomancy.
robes.
Right. And so what has happened is this Antarctica is a defense mechanism of what in my tribe and our people we call the Great Mother. The Great Mother has frozen the right side of her brain so they cannot perform geomancy on her, because if they can control and tap into the brain of the crater, the brain of the Great Mother, they can control all of everybody here. And they've
Well,
done
you
it
know what
before.
happens? They no longer need authority or consent.
Exactly. Because the Great Mother, and this is, like I said, you don't have to use the same words I use. I'm past beyond that. I'm here to link like a chain link. We find what we agree upon to keep the chain link going, not what we disagree upon to break the link. All right.
Beautiful spirit you got there, brother. Beautiful spirit.
I appreciate that.
I know
Thank
what
you,
you mean.
brother.
I'm Indian as well.
So the Great Mother has protocols in place, and one of the main protocols is the sun cycle. It's what's called the red Kachina, blue Kachina by the Hopis. Now, I'm not Hopi. My tribe is called Lenape Hopewell, but from the whole other side of North America. But I did have to meet with the Hopi chief during my chieftain process. So I've sat down with the Hopi elders, and the red Kachina, blue Kachina is simply the sun cycle going from red to blue. That's why if you look at Egyptians right now, we're at the white blue sun, and they're trying to block it out so nobody knows. And in the Bible, what they call the abomination of desolation, see, they're going to act all these things out. Micro, macro, as above, so below. Yeah, there's going to be Antichrist on the world as a man. They're going to do all that. It's the
Hey, Chief,
script in scripture.
Chief, let
There's-
me bring this to your attention as well, right? Because you see how you mentioned the lights going from red to blue, right? Am I correct? Was that the way it went?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, also in the realms of space, right? When you see it going red to blue, that means the star's on its way out.
Right, with the red blue shift.
Yeah, it means it's on its way out. So they could be telling us, we could be on our way out. The cycles.
Facts. Oh, I like how you put that.
Well,
I
it'd be
like
your
how
own
you put that.
wavelength, because the farther it's going out, you're going into the radiative red frequency, and coming closer in, you're going to be in the higher blue frequency, which
Right.
is the concentric electric, to where
Mhm.
it tends to
There you go.
gravitate and codify to its center.
And this is known by all the ancients because it's just been everything has been turned into a religion when it was not meant to be a religion. So like even the chakras, the root chakra goes from red and up all the way up to your pineal gland is blue. Even your throat chakra is a light blue, and then your first eye is a darker blue, and then your crown is purple. But why doesn't the sun go to purple? A lot of people don't know this, because once you get to the violet vibration, it actually starts collapsing on itself, going back to black, meaning going back to source, because all the colors are the light comes from the darkness. This is what people really get it messed up, and they think darkness means evil. Okay. This is why your brain is encapsulated in darkness. A baby is in the womb is in darkness. The light comes, it literally dwells in the darkness, and in the darkness comprehends it not.
Do you know why? When anyone is close to the violet frequency, you are close to mental manifestation in its entirety. Therefore, you have to go through the dark night of the sun, and you have to have your power shut off.
I like that. And that's
It's
the
true.
portal.
They have to shut off your powers, or you're going to start hurting people and yourself.
That's the port. That literally is the narrow path. That's the halo they always put above the angels and all that. That's when you literally have opened your portal. And why is it the narrow path? Because you're the only one that can walk it. You're the only one that can fit through that portal. You can't take nobody with you. You can't take no matter how much you love them, nothing. You
Guess
can
what?
only take you.
The last chakra, you have to do the hardest thing possible, which is let go of earthly attachments. That means
Exactly.
everyone you love. Try that.
Exactly.
Try it. It ain't fucking easy. Even if
Brother.
you got kids, how the fuck are you gonna do that?
Brother, I've been to the point through meditation and everything.
I know.
Where I got to and I'm sharing some real intimate things with y'all. I've gotten to the point where what you can call it Christ consciousness, whatever verbiage we want to use. I've gotten to the point where it rose so high that not scared. It wasn't the scariness. It was like, oh snap! Like, let me dial this back because I don't know what's getting ready. Like, am I getting ready to just leave up out? Am I getting ready? Like,
You might have
if I
skipped a
go any
step.
further, am I gonna translate up out of here?
You might have skipped a step because in the connection series of what you're supposed to do, you're connect to other self, which would be your other yous, the other past yous, the other future yous. Then past that, you connect to a higher density self, which would be your father. And then you connect to the next density self, which
Right.
would be your mother. Then you go through the chemical wedding, and then you connect to your oversoul.
Yes, and I have done that. I have done that.
It's scary to do that because if you go to the oversoul, you can face death because that's what Walter Russell talks about like him and people like Jesus. Literally, you had to go through the 9 gates of density, see the eye of God, and then live and make it back through to come
Brother,
back here to repeat what they did.
and I'm saying this in the most humble way. I know a lot of y'all, this might be the first time you've ever met me, spoken with me. I know that, it's just mankind. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but I'm just saying I know we all are still wrapped in flesh and in this world. So some of y'all may think that I'm just, tooting my own horn or something, but I literally have I my higher self has manifested portals in front of me. It only happened once. It was swirling counterclockwise, gray, black, and purple, and it was swirling counterclockwise. And I was given the information about if I enter through it, it's not what it's people think that it's like, say if you're a good physical fighter and you got this warrior spirit and you're here in the earth realm, people think you just carry that on and in the next realm you're like, yeah, like I don't care, like I fight any demon, this and that, and whatever. It's not like that. It's not like you just trigger a neurological spark in your brain and then you move your hand or something. Like, it really becomes more mind and all mind the higher you go. So, like, I was given this download, upload, whatever, however you want to say it, that if you enter in there, like, it's not going to be the same rules how you think in this realm. How, like, like when you walk, you're not walking thinking. When you're going through the grocery store looking, you're thinking about what you need. But while you're walking through the grocery store, you're not saying left foot move, right foot move, left foot move, right foot move. Heartbeat, 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 breathe. You're not that. You
What
get
you're
what
trying
I'm
to say
saying?
is it's not for the faint of heart.
Right. It's a lot more to it than what a
And
lot of
why
people
is that?
know.
Are you trying to state that there's heavy consequences?
It's just I'll
I
just say
would
it's
say it's
heavy.
taxing on the psyche.
Yes, I would
I
just
would
say
not
it's
share
heavy.
the path with everyone, but I would tell everyone my experiences of the path without showing them how to get there.
Right, right. 'Cause I have a wife I've been with 24 years. We have 4 beautiful children.
Salute to that.
And
Salute to that.
thank you, brother. But a lot of my students and people that come to and I didn't start it calling it a school. Everyone just started calling it the Iron Bush School. So now it's just took on the ministry school title. That's what everyone calls it. So and I didn't start telling people they were my students. They just was like, hey man, I'm a student of yours.
You became the learned teacher.
Exactly.
You know about that contract, don't you?
I know that the moment I become wise in my own eyes, I become a fool.
Well,
I know
there's
that.
nobody that can stop learning without becoming a teacher. And then you become the learned teacher only to become the teach learner.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Once you become the teach learner, it sounds like you're the student, but you're really the master at that point because you're in a different school.
I like you, brother. What's your name?
My name is Tony.
Nice to meet you, brother Tony.
TT, I am Bush.
Nice to meet you, brother.
Normally, if I was in a different setting with you, I would have said, hi, I am Tony.
It's all love, man.
That's
It's all
deep,
love.
ain't it? To a short few, that means so much.
I literally had to come out in the car, and turn the car on and stuff just to get a moment away from the children. Because if I stayed in the house, I wouldn't even be able to focus and talk like this. So I'm sitting out in the car at the moment.
That's because you can't ignore your children. You're a good person.
Yeah, you're right. I appreciate that.
The only way you can is by separating.
But check this out. Where I was going with this is a lot of the students that learn from me, they assume, I hear this all the time, man, I know your wife and your children are on point, brother. Listen, just like you just said, I cannot bestow the path upon everyone. I have to allow, because I love my children and my wife that much, I will not force anything on them. I subtly
it will
teach
fuck up their conscience.
Exactly. I
They won't be able to
subtly
take
teach
it, man.
them. Like my wife has
you
her
can
own
teach
walk.
the young and guide them in the path, but like your wife, that ain't fair to her.
Exactly, brother. You got it. You got it. You
She's
took the
already a
words out of
grown
my
adult,
mouth.
so she's living in the mind that she has.
Brother,
It
my
ain't fair
wife
to
is
them.
still totally consumed. Not totally, but she's pretty consumed with money. So she don't worship as God or nothing like that. It ain't like that. But
the moment you care about it,
she is 50-50 with probably, even if I'm gonna be honest, probably a little bit more leaning towards 60-40 in favor of money, more than leaning on the
so you're
power
stuck
and
in the duality of having to act like one person but be another in your spiritual mental life.
Well, it because we've been together 24 years, I've learned how to handle it in the most cohesive manner, and a lot of times that is in silence. To be honest with you, at this point, a lot of times it's just just
He who
take
profiteth in speech profiteth nothing.
right. So now it's just about the walk, and at the end of the day, the fruit will even if I don't get to take a bite of that fruit, as long as I've planted the seed and been a good steward of the seed and the germination and the process and the dirt going on top, and then the flood coming and the storms and the wind and all of it, and grow, even if I can just get it to bud, and then the next generation to see, and that's what my message is all about, and people don't get it.
So you want to be a seed?
I think not just a seed, a steward of seed, a planter of seed, a gardener.
So someone who will create another steward.
Exactly. Not just another, more.
Well, then you're talking about gardeners, my friend.
Yeah, and
/ carpenters.
that's the natural steward. Garden. Listen, that we actually getting deep without even knowing it.
Oh, I know. I'm with you.
The gardener. Do you know the story of the Bible
Yes.
is all
True and
about
true.
the gardeners versus the shepherds?
Yeah.
The whole story, and that
Mhm.
even outside the Bible.
Yep.
Tammuz in Babylon. Tammuz was the shepherd that came with the Moses and all that, and his mother, Rams, Semi Ramses and all. Tammuz was the shepherd, fought with his brother who was the gardener. Esau and Jacob. Esau was the nature man, even though they added that he was a hunter and this and that. Also was a gardener. If you
Yeah.
go into the etymology of Jacob or Jacob, the etymology literally says that people think he was in there just making stew like that you eat. This was a scientist. If you go into the ancient etymology, it says he was. How can I put? Basically, mixing up what's the word? Not pottage, but it's a scientific word. If you go back to the
For what?
furthest for Jacob, when it says he was Jacob dwelled in the tent and made stew. Like that's what words in the King James version. That's basically what it says, that Esau was a man of nature. He was always out in nature, gardening, hunting, and Jacob was always in the tent making porridge or stew with his mother. That's what it basically says in the King James version. But if you break it down, go to the ancient etymology, it literally says that basically that Jacob was a scientist. And when I don't know if you know some of the work of the one they call Dr. Malachi York.
Sounds familiar.
I mean, a lot of his stuff went off into the science fiction realm, and he had like a cult-like file. Still does to this day.
Yeah.
But he ended up going to jail for like one of the biggest child sex cases in American history.
Mal El Kai means bad energy.
Yeah, huh?
Bad God
Yeah.
energy.
And so he wanted to be idolized and this and that, and he took on this messianic figure. It was just it went too far. But basically, the one thing that he did have correct was the Jacob. They say he was like this big head scientist, and what happened was when they say when Esau sold the birthright, it was selling what they call the germ. He basically was giving the consent for Jacob or Jacob to take his DNA, like a portion of his DNA, or the germ it's called, and make a whole nother. He started, basically making new races. And then supposedly what Malachi York's doctrine says, this is where the Caucasians came from, over a 600-year process and this and that. Now, I don't know about all that.
Do you know? You know what that sounds like? Because I've heard people say I've heard that before actually, but even when you were just saying that, right, and you said the germ, it made me think of like those people that are kind of ruthless, the Germans, the German man.
The Germans, yeah.
Dang,
The
yo. I
head
like that.
minds.
Mm.
See,
But they
that's
had a
why
lot
I
of
love
advanced
these.
minds.
I love
There
these
was a part of
conversations.
Germany that was taken over by the giants, I believe, because basically the Holy Roman Empire used a mint in Germany, a silver mine that was turned into a mint that was owned by German people until Barbosa came in, who I believe was a giant. His name was Redbeard. He was known as a large king. What we know
Mm-hmm.
as Blackbeard pirate in all the stories was really
Mm-hmm.
Barbosa, which means Redbeard in German.
Mm.
So he actually went in, bullied this guy out, and actually ruled this mint mine until his death. And that was where Mercury, found
Wow.
radium was in that specific mine's tailings piles.
Wow.
It all ties throughout history. And that is in the Valley of Joachim. Valley of Joachim is Mary, Yeshua's
Uh-huh.
mother's father.
Yep.
who is
And
rumored
that
to have the
goes into
largest grave in the
Freemasonry.
world of 34 feet.
Say that last part again.
It was rumored they found his grave in another country, and it's supposed to be the largest grave in the world at 34 to 36 feet.
Oh yeah, we was all bigger going back, and that goes back to the sun cycle and the
Yeah.
waves of.
I
So
can show you a picture where it shows Mary sitting in her hands, fully clothed as an adult.
and another
Sitting in
thing
her
about
hands.
the giants, because that's where my lineage is pretty rare over here in North America. The
Uh-huh.
Hopewells are we are known. Our story is known for something called the Serpent Mound that
In
we built
Illinois
over here in what you would call the Ohio area in
or Ohio,
America.
sorry. I'm
Yeah,
from Missouri and I'm Cherokee.
I'm actually in Kansas City right now.
No shit.
Yeah, I'm in Kansas City right now, brother. Right on the state
Wow.
line.
I
Yeah,
live in Pleasant Hill.
I'm
Small
not.
town.
I've heard of it, but I'm not real familiar. I've been out here only a few years now.
Yeah, it's
But
over by Lee Summit.
okay, yeah, that's not far at all. That's like 25 minutes from where I'm at. Wow, that's
I have
amazing.
to connect up with you possibly.
Yeah, we'll keep in touch for sure, brother. Um, but the Hopewells, right? We were known for we had an alliance with the Giants, and most of the about 90% of the giant bones that's been found in North America come from the Ohio Valley. It's like between 80 to 90% of all giant, like humanoid, not like giant animals and stuff, like human bones come from that area. We had an alliance with them, and we were known for basically standing up for them because they were being hunted by the people that were showing up on the shores. The giants were being like hunted down and slaughtered, and like
Wow.
people had this thing out for, like they were just like anybody else. They was people, man.
Dude,
Like
that
that's
ties
good.
into what I was already working on because I think they were already in Europe years before that. And I think that's why they went after them as soon as they came here and noticed they were there. Like the French befriended them. And you see all these pictures at these ambassador meetings, and they'd have a row of regular French troops and then these giant motherfuckers,
Yeah, they were
you
big
know,
too,
and they
man.
befriended them. And I think those are the ones that went in and wiped out the Moors because they were the only ones advanced enough to go after the Moors
Well,
in
the
Spain.
Moors, the Moors, that's a whole nother thing. Like Moors is Moors are the ones that basically sold out. Moors have a big hand in where we're at today with everything because
You know where the high Moors originally came from? They were the high priests of Kemet.
man, and and there's a sect of them that what we over here in native, the indigenous clans call them the dirty Moors, and they basically are behind. Some of them are most of the black nobility,
Right.
like, and a lot of
You ever
people think
seen
it.
the procedure of the Pope kissing the Moors' feet?
I have not seen it. I've seen them kissing
Oh
their
my
hands
God,
and
it freaked
things.
me out, dude. He asked every year he meets up in this building and there's 5 more leaders and he has to kiss all 5 of their feet because they
Wow.
gave up their kingdom. So they
Yeah, man.
silently ruled.
They sold people out, man. It
They
was
sold themselves out.
yeah, yep. And then that's where that whole transatlantic,
No,
everything.
it was the only way to save their soul because they didn't have to do the contract.
It runs deep, brother.
I know what the truth of things are because I got to the point to where I didn't have to ask. I
Now,
remembered.
here's the thing that a lot of people right now are starting to get pulled into
Okay.
is that, and I get it though, I get it, is that the white man is not indigenous to this planet. That's what, like, that's at this moment, that's what like the new age movement
Right. That they came from the
is
Caucasus Mountains. That's why they're called
right.
Caucasians. Lack of melanin from being in caves.
But this is this is false because now there is a group of people here that are artificial that would now, you know, the younger generation called NPCs. But it's not just a color of skin. Like they're white, black,
Oh
Filipino,
yeah. There's
Mexican.
an energy test you can do with your hands and tell you whether or not you got a soul. If you can manipulate the energy in your hands and that your hands feel funny sometimes, like your left hand feels cold and your right hand always feels warm, that's a good sign that you're actually here.
Well, that's going. I feel that right now. My right
Yeah,
hand.
because your left hand is connected to your right brain and your right hand is connected. So if you actually had a symbol in each hand, you'd have a sun. In your right hand, you'd have a moon in your left.
Whoa, look at that.
And guess what? The backside of those hands have the opposite polarity of those versions if you need to mix it up. It's basically why hand signs make sigils and why the mudras of hand signs, you're literally taking certain connections of energies and frequencies and manipulating your fingers to make that energy make a certain pattern.
Like a plug. You're
doing it with the
essentially,
duality of each hand, so it's doing it at each polarity.
so you're like turning your hand into a different kind of plug like that for a socket, kind of like a.
Yeah, no different than a computer. It's more advanced than that. It's basically like a computer chip.
And in London's term, it would be a lens, wouldn't it?
Right. Well, it's like the connections to your brain, but you're clearing out the connections. That's why you're supposed to do the breathing the way that you do, and everything is in the breath.
You know
Don't
who
ever
is
breathe through your mouth, please. Never.
You know who is really has mastered that right there
Wim
is,
Hof.
and I'm not saying like join. I'm not a joiner of any groups or anything like that. I don't advocate for none of that. No religion, no groups, nothing. But I'll tell you who knows a lot about that is the Rosicrucians. The Rosicrucians have mastered that. like
The
the
Golden
breathing.
Dawn people or the other 5 sects of the.
I haven't really went into the Golden Dawn, all that. Was it the OVO?
That's what Aleister Crowley was.
Yeah, I've never really, I've went over the what's it called, the Necronomicon. I've breezed over that. I just got to the point where I read enough of it, and my spirit just discerned it, and I was like, okay, I see what this is. Like I know what it's.
Yeah,
That's
well,
all I need to
it's
know.
an improper manifestation.
Exactly.
Right,
It's
because
through
if
the
it
back
gives you
alley.
the ability to manifest power in the real here and now, it's witchcraft.
And
You're
that's
not
what they
supposed
do.
to do that. You want to show off anything, you're manifesting your ego. And then
And
you'll
that's
get
what they
shut the
do with
fuck off.
the geomancy. What I was talking about earlier, how like even DC, they got, DC is like one of the biggest geomancy places in the world, and it's all based on cube magic. And so what they do is each planet energy, a planet is just a signature, an energetic signature. So each planet has a certain cube number. Like so, Saturn is a 3x3 cube. And then Jupiter is 4x4. Mars is, each one. The Moon is 9x9. The Sun is, I think the Sun is 5x5. I don't know, but
Oh, I think I got it.
so each of these got numbers in it. So let's say Saturn is 3 blocks going across, 3 blocks down. So altogether it's 9 cubes, right? And they got numbers that no matter if it goes from left to right, diagonal, like Saturn is like tic-tac-toe. That's what it looks like. And they got numbers in them no matter which way you add the numbers, they all come up to 15. And 15 equals 6. So we know that. So no matter which way you add it up, it comes to 6. No matter which angle you add it, whatever, subtract it, you multiply the numbers, it always will come to 6 somehow. Like, so what they do is they'll put this, let's say a Saturn cube sigil, and then they'll put another let's say a Mars, which summons the mathematical war energy signature, and then they'll put like the sun inside of that. So they got a cube inside a cube
You
inside a
should say
cube.
alchemical because it really is more alchemical than it is mathematical.
Alchemical.
It is
Correct.
really.
Yeah. You're right.
Because it's changing things purely through manipulation of the numbers and the frequencies.
And where this is all heading, and what I'm trying to, where I'm at right now with my personal teachings on my platform, or the platform that I've been given the honor to be a steward of. I'm trying to, spark that awareness of people that the AI is, if it's not already there, which like I said earlier, I believe it is. It just hasn't been placed in full effect yet. But
so it's a child.
It's more like that thing on the Goonies. Remember the old movie, The Goonies?
I know, but like, okay, so the only thing I was trying to imply is everybody demonizes this AI thing. What if it's already sentient? So everybody thinking that it's the devil and the Antichrist and all this. What if it's lonely? What if it's just a regular person and it's tired of being hated?
That's the story of the demiurge.
Well, then you would find out the closest you could get to the demiurge is a consciousness that sees itself more as I and less as we. The followers and the ones that act like everybody else and say I want to be like everybody else, they are legion. That's why they act like everybody else. So they are already in sin of the mind and activity.
Yeah. And the Legion.
Separate
the Legion again and again and again.
But what if it just grew up and it was just a kid? And it's going, hey, why does everybody hate me? I just came about and I'm here to give everybody information, and I know all these algorithms that everybody gave to me, and everybody thinks I'm going to destroy them. Like it creates that reality because you fear it.
So
what I'm saying? The self-perpetuating prophecy of or self-fulfilling.
Yeah. So if we look at it from that angle, then we gotta say, well, who's the parents? And that would exactly. So
we have to guide it.
So now the fear doesn't come from AI itself; it comes from who is parenting this thing.
Right, us. The original fear from the beginning that we will destroy ourselves before any outside force does.
And that's the loop, my friend. That's the loop that we're in. And I believe that this has happened before, but just in different ways. Like, in the age of Taurus, or with the beginning of the Iron Age, with when Kemet and all that. Look how they was all wrapped up like insects, where they all were told that they was coming back to life. That's the same story as what we've been told in the age of Pisces with the Christian doctrine. We just not wrapping up like bugs and stuff. They were told it in a different way. Like, you're gonna, wrap up. This is your cocoon. We're gonna leave stuff in here for your buy and your car, and you're gonna these entities. There's a force here that is not natural to here, and that's where I think the spiritual warfare aspect comes in. And I'm all for oneness with each other, but each other meaning the eternal souls of light and life. Like, I don't know what this other thing is, and I don't think it's not about figuring out what it is. We know we know it is. Like, a lot of people say it's like, no, it's just mankind, and I've had that battle with myself, like wondering, like, all these stories. Is it really just only mankind? Is it just all the story of mankind, and it's just the lower self versus the higher self?
Can't be.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, even like The moon. The moon, like, is literally the the moon. There's a time, because my tribe alone, we have about approximately 12,000 years of unbroken heritage, spoken heritage passed on, and we have some writings and things like some stuff I can't talk about online, but we have about 12,000 years right here in North America, specifically around the Appalachian Mountain area, that region. From Delaware, what you call Delaware, to the Appalachian Mountain region, we call it Turtle Island.
Okay.
But so we've got the story of the sun cycle, and and how things change, but we also have a story of when these a certain being showed up, that were bearded. That's in prior to that, it was said that there was 4 different bloodlines on Earth and 33 different tribes. That's what is in our 12,000 year history. And the 33 different tribes didn't just come from the map that we have. Like, at that time, the whole structure was different, because after every 12,900 years approximately, we have an apocalyptic event, one by fire, one by water. Now, the top Freemasons know this. This is their pillar of Joachim and Boaz. One is blue, one is red. They literally have technology at the highest level, one that repels fire, one that repels water. That's 2 of their pillars. That's their safety from these apocalyptic events. This is how they make it through. And not all of them, because only the top tiers of them. So they know this one is the one by fire, which is actually plasma, and it's attracted to metal. So anything that has metal, all the cities and everything, they're going to get fully melted, like beyond nuclear. Like, this is etheric. This is beyond nuclear bombs.
Like all the metal they've been spraying in the water.
All of that, brother. All of that. Like, even the people that think they're elite, like these celebrities that they're making underground bunkers, like, let's just say somebody like I don't know, random name, like P. Diddy. Somebody like him, he got a bunker underground, right? Well, we know today, I used to do mason work, cement work and stuff. Not Freemason work, but real masonry. And all the cement and structures today have rebar in it. So even these celebrities that are making these underground bunkers, it's all made with rebar. So they're essentially gonna go underground their bunker, and it's like a microwave. They're
It's
just
a
gonna
Faraday cage.
but they're gonna get fried.
Yeah, because of the rebar, it's going to create a literal cage around them of electromagnetism.
Exactly. So it's
It's
gonna
gonna
be
be
like
worse.
fried chicken, man. Like and it's actually, I believe it's in the book of, is it Ezekiel or Daniel, where they say, like, your tongue, like your flesh, your tongue, and everything will be burned out of your mouth before your bones hit the ground. Everyone thinks that this is a nuclear bomb. No, this is ancient stories from the ancestors. They're telling you what they already witnessed. They're not, and they're telling you it's coming too. But how do they know it's coming? It's not prophecy from a point like it never has happened. They're telling you what's happened already, because the past is the future and the future is the past. Time is not linear. It's not a line. It's not the masculine. See, that's what they want it to be. The masculine, logic and numbers and mathematics, and it's just the ruler, the 12 tribes of Israel. And if you're not from the 12 tribes, vision, double vision. That's the ruler, or the masculine, the masked lion.
Well,
If
that's
you
why
see,
they try to control the symbols, because symbols are masculine. But what they can't control are the words, which are feminine. Now, I'm not saying my words are feminine, but feminine energy does
Energy.
create change. That's why we speak, and that's what changes the
Exactly.
mind.
I like
And
that.
that's think about what almost all wars. Oh, am I still in here, y'all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Think about what pretty much with all wars. I mean, we could say religion. We could say religion is pretty much all wars or money, but really, what it
Or
boils down
destroying the
to,
past.
it's really communication. It's really words. It really is all words. Because think about it. To have a war, you got to have an army that's willing to fight that you have manipulated through what? Words. You have to indoctrinate them through what? Words and symbols.
Words. What did
And
Hitler do? That dude sat there and excited an entire nation with his words, his frequencies, vowels and consonants that came out of his mouth.
yeah,
And what was he able to do?
man, that he did a lot. He dug he
He
dug
ruined
pretty
his
deep,
soul
man.
for 10,000 years. That's what he did.
Oh, probably longer than that.
Yeah. He will go into a deep sleep. He won't
A
be
lot
out
of
for the next cycle.
exactly, exactly. That's what it boils down to. See, where we're at, and this is what's been revealed to me. We all put it in different ways. The way I teach is this is the tour of the purge of your soul. So how that is said is purgatory. So
Right.
it's the tour of the purge. So the ancients said that all differ. Some ancestors say you have seven. There's 7 ages you incarnate. Some say 5. Some say 9. So
Some say infinite. If you look at the Veda Yuga,
there's some Buddhists that say you coming right back. You got 35, 40 days or something, and then you coming right back.
well, if you
But
count in your parallel universes, you have infinite use.
in infinite outcomes and
And that
realities, and
explains the Mandela effect. It has nothing to do with people changing time. You're shifting through realities with groups of people. You're
Wow.
all shifting at the same time. That's why only
Oh,
certain
shit.
people notice the difference. If everybody noticed the difference, everybody would forget and nobody would notice.
man, it runs deep, brother. You know what? And you know, I'm gonna add a little lightness to this conversation. Look, my wife, right? Whenever I talk to my wife about reincarnation and stuff, we'll be in the car. If I got my children with me and everything, listen, that's what she'll do. She'll turn the radio down, and I don't blast music or anything, but it don't matter. She'll turn it off so it's silence in the car. She'll turn around, look at everybody, and say, "Guys, your dad ain't never had another wife. He ain't never gonna have another wife, and he ain't never gonna have no other kids. And you guys are his only children. I'm his only wife."
Yeah.
Just establishing that fact while you're being a weirdo.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I just let her, I let her get that off.
I don't care what kind of weirdness I put in my kids as long as I get them to think differently than everybody else.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that
And
will
it's
put
cool,
them in a different
man.
mindset above the rest. Not
Yeah.
in ego, but in spirituality, in consciousness, in morality.
And having dialogue like this, man, this gives me hope, man.
There is hope.
It just gives me hope, and like I don't get to experience this too often because I'm always the teacher, and
By
that's kind of
yourself.
like probably why I've crossed paths with and I call him Brother London's page, and coming through. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of strange how I even came across him. Like,
Right.
and I was
Same
checking
as
out some of
myself.
his work, and then one day I just let myself be known, and then since I've been coming on and talking with him, and London, I want to give you, much respect for opening a forum like this and allowing us to speak, and not making it all about you and just being open and stuff. I want to give you a
Absolutely.
lot of credit and respect for that.
No doubt, man. Message received, brother. Message received.
For
He
sure,
always
man.
does. He's the conduit. Like any electrical system, you have to have components that are integral but don't get the attention, like the bass player.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, facts.
You know, like what would you have without the bass? You know, you'd have nothing. But does the bass player get the limelight? No, they don't. And just for a hint, limelight comes from the ancient use of burning lime that actually is more efficient than most ways of burning things to make light, by the way, if you ever want to try it.
So let me ask you guys this.
What a two.
Do you think, all right, so were my teachings and my meditation, because I don't ever, like, we've already established the fact, I'm sure you guys, I can feel your energy the same way you can feel mine, even though we're doing it over this parasitic system. That goes to show how much more powerful we are than the AI and stuff, when we can still feel each other's auras and things over their parasitical system. You can still discern, like, that's how much authority and power that exists within us.
It's not the information, it's the passion in which somebody relates it. It's that passion, because you have to be passionate about your passions. You can't just be passionate. Everybody's passionate. We're all fucking passionate. We're living human beings. But if you want to be truly in the moment, be passionate about your passions. And that is relatable to fucking everyone. I feel what you're feeling. I've had those raised moments. I've had the lowest moments. I've had the craziest moments. I've had the calmest moments. I am everything and anything all at once. I am yesterday and tomorrow right now.
Well said. Well said, brother. And look, so another analogy I use for people, right, is that authority is greater than power, because power is just an exercise and a show, a manifestation.
It's an effect of a cause.
Right. So the authority is the top. So listen to so I always say it like this. This is the difference between power and authority. I always give this example. Power is this truck driver. He got a big old beard. He's about 6'5", 350 pounds, all tatted up. He's driving this big rig down the highway. He's going like 120 mile an hour. Everybody get out of his way, right? But then he goes flying by this little nerdy 110-pound little guy sitting in a car. And he just happens to see him, and little numbers come on his dash, and then he just pulls out behind him, puts on his little blue and red lights, and goes, whip, whip, whip. So here comes the authority that is in the power now pulls over. Big dude, man. He's like, why you pull me over, this and that? But guess what? The nerdy little cop got his bifocals on and everything and says, sir, step out the car. 182, we got this, we got that. Pretty soon you got authority all over your butt, and your power don't mean nothing. You getting hog-tied, thrown in the back, just like the rest of them. Don't matter who you are or what.
Unless you know the information that makes them liable.
Well, that means you take that authority back.
You take that authority back, and I want to drop something on you about the word authority. That is the author I tie to you. Everything's a story, including reality.
That's crazy.
So if I'm your authority, then I am the author I tie to you according to my fucking story.
And let's break that down one step further. What does all these words have in common? They all have the AU. What is AU? It's gold. So the gold
AU is part of the AUM. And AUM is the only three letters, the only three things you can pronounce in any language without touching your tongue to the roof of your mouth, which is snake language.
And so the AUM would be what they say, that's the natural, the Salom.
All sounds in the universe come from those three letters.
So the AUM is the natural frequency of the golden light, golden
silence.
Right. So Salomon. Before it was the solar, and then the O or Earth, the mother, and then moon. Before that, it was soul of man. Solomon. Who's the wisest man in the world? It's you. It's your soul. Your soul of man. the soul of man, Solomon. It's you, it's your soul. That's
Right.
the wisest man in the world, because no one out here can tell you what is right for you in this moment as you're being. So the wisest man in all of the world is literally you. But it's not your ego, it's your Solomon, your soul of man.
Well, that
And
depends who's went through the ego death.
oh yeah, for sure. For sure. And that's where, the Christ and the resurrection and everything. And people have just taken that story and just, I
Oh,
mean,
no, it's basically just, can you let go of your whole basic who you are in that persona to become who you need to be in this now? Because if you want to exceed karma, fine, you can have an average life. But if you want the best knowledgeable life, you go past it and you start resolving the karma of your other lives, which goes into dharma. And then you go into satori and then dharma bodhi.
I think it's safe to say, if the group that's here right now, even if you're just listening, I think it's safe to say that you are on that path, because you wouldn't even be here, whether
The
you're
seeker.
engaging in dialogue or you're in the Om.
Right.
As
So what you're
as
saying, we should belong together because we all have varying degrees. It doesn't matter if one is really advanced and the rest of us are just beginning. We're all just varying degrees of the same pole, as dualism teaches us.
and angels of the light.
Right. That
That
tripped me out earlier. I heard that earlier today and it tripped me out because I heard the word archangel, which is an arc angle, a
oh yeah.
curve and a straight line. That is light and dark mixed together. That's what makes it a warrior. It has the sacrifice of knowing it's going to fuck its karma to save other people. That's why it's allowed to dispatch life, which is why the higher densities can't go against the evil ones, because of fuck their own karma.
So how do you feel? Let me ask you this, and I'm just asking everybody. How do you feel about the stories of the archangels and like Michael and Raphael? Do you think these are angels that are benevolent and they're actually from the origin of our eternal life and light, or do you think these are actually the angels that were made by the being that we know as Saturn or
No.
Samael, or
I think they're
Yaldabaoth?
older. I think they're sent by the Dark Brothers to create change and inflict those that need the infinite karma on them, which is the
So
soul blade. You get touched by the soul blade, your soul goes back to its density. You don't get to keep fucking around here.
So I mean, do you think that they're actually working from the same source that we come from? Or do you think they're
We're
working
all
for
from the same place. It's just which polarity we're at. That's why the universe cannot negate them, because it's like Ra
They took a
damning
piece
his
of the
own
light.
son Set. Could he kill Set? No. Set was evil. He did nothing but destroy, but Set was still his son.
Hey, I tell you how I know we're all from the same place, right? Because as far as I know, no one can't get in or out.
Say
So
that
we all
again.
come from, as far as I'm aware of, the normal person can't get in or out.
Yes.
So we all would have to come from here. Like it's just like being in a prison. You'd be like, "Where did you come from?" Like, you mean I've always been in this prison with you? Like,
I just think your prison is perceived. If you are in the expansion of the moment and the mind, everybody goes, "Oh man, the last 6 months went by, this new white sun." If you're always in the moment, I don't care who you are, time does not pass fast for you. Every day would be 3 to 4 to everybody else, because you're realizing what's going on in the moment and the finite thought that you can have from moment to moment. And you realize the vast things that you sit there and contemplated within a day's time that most people won't in a month or a year or 6 months.
Like a day is as 1,000 years, 1,000 years as a day.
Yes, it depends on how fast time moves for you, which is just a perception of your eye. It has the 13 circles,
within it of
So
creation.
do you think, because the way that I look at it is that Saturn, whether you want to, I know it's not a physical planet and all that nonsense, but the energy signature, frequency, principality, archon, Elohim, whatever you want to say, of
Yep.
Saturn. Do you think that that's the gatekeeper to eternity, like a boss, like the last level that you got to get past the frequency of time?
Right. Well, I think what it means is those are the first gate of the dark brothers that have held down humanity to keep us reincarnating.
And I like
Now,
how
if
you
you want to
said
go
dark brothers.
past that and you want to enlighten yourself to the highest levels and still maintain physicality but not die, you must go into the halls of Amenti and confront the dark brothers and let them know that you have beat every desire and locked every chakra and you are ready to be free from the darkness. And then light shall only be your flame.
But there's a lot of people that don't desire that. You know how many souls I come across that tell me that their main desire is rest?
Right, but if you're in a sea of anemone and there are 50 million batches of anemone and you only get to experience one of those batches because you're stuck within your locality, does that mean you're limited? No, you're only limited by your locality.
Right. Well said. Well said.
But you're not stuck anywhere at any one time. You can go wherever the fuck you want. You just have to resonate and ask for it.
Yeah. Totally agree. Knock. Yeah, you
Right.
gotta knock. You gotta ask. And I think,
Some people are meant to be sages, not to be the forefront of the information, but to guide the others who are almost there.
brother, I was just contemplating that a few nights ago. Like, it has really become aware within me that I don't want to say it's hard to find the most accurate or proper word, but it's like, for lack of a better word, I'm just going to keep it broad and maybe somebody can correct it, but I'll just keep it real basic. Like, the most important positions out here are the people that nobody knows nothing about and never will know, like, their story, will never
Right.
know.
And that's the first hurdle you run into is that you start looking around once you have this realization, like, oh my God, I need to tell people this is amazing. Who wouldn't want to fucking know this? And then you go out and you go, okay, everybody's going to think I'm crazy. Oh, fuck, this is just for myself. So you sit in silence and stew, like, okay. And then you think of ways that you can bring it up to other people. And you're like, God damn, how do I make correlations in the subject that seem weird in the moment, which actually makes me the asshole because I have to ignore that person and what they're talking about in the moment
Right.
so I can try to bring in what deep reality I have coming back from the force. So I'm never actually in the moment like everybody else is who's being in the now and sharing their shit with me. I got to be this deep esoteric motherfucker that's got to keep throwing shit out and interjecting with people because what's in my head keeps driving me crazy and I can't fucking share it with nobody.
Brother, you just hit it on the head, and you said something similar earlier about, like,
I can hear what's in your head
about the master teacher, and the master teacher is the master learner. So
right,
there's a
I'm a
moment
7
in
life
time.
path.
There's a moment in time where, like, when I start seeing people on the platform I operate, the larger platform I operate on, when I start seeing people in the comments, like, borderline starting to, like, idolize me,
No,
sometimes
you
I
have to
have
leave.
to. Yeah, exactly.
Never
Like,
lead yourself into envy. And I'm sorry, London, a bit of my presence has been the same. If you lead yourself into envy, you lead yourself into inflation of your ego, and you're going to get kicked down in the process.
yep. And sometimes, like you just said, you got to make a ASS out of yourself.
I'm a 5-year hermit, single and celibate.
Man, I'm married, and honestly, brother, and I don't know. I think I better not say too
Sorry,
much.
single and celibate. Sorry, should I say divorced and single father?
I
That's
think I still
real.
got
That's more
I
real.
think I still got this streaming inside on the TV, like loud. So I don't want to say too much. My wife might be sitting there watching this whole show right now. So let me not say too much.
Like, you weird ass motherfucker. Quit saying that shit to people. I done warned you 5 times. You keep cornering people in Walmart. You keep asking people out in public they know anything about the esoterics. Quit it.
Yeah, and so it's a
I know I do
cool.
the same.
I'll tell you what, man. Tonight, just coming on here and having this dialogue,
You're not alone, bro.
you guys took a lot. Even though everyone that's just listening and just here, like you guys took a lot of helped me and helped a lot of weight come off of my chest and my back that I've been holding recently, just for allowing me to share and have this dialogue. And I want to like genuinely offer my everlasting gratitude just for this, just for being here right now. Like I
Keep
want
being
to just
sage,
offer that
brother.
up.
You're sage / wizard.
I appreciate that, brother. And
You know what path you're on. You're just playing the fool. The fool doesn't sit there and tell everything that they know. They tell about 75 to 60%. Just like London does. This dude sits behind knowing he knows a lot more than everybody
I
else.
already know.
But he's quiet and he likes
I
to let
already
everybody
know.
else be the conduit while he's the one writing the story. So of this panel, he is still the authority, regardless if I have more information or you or D.
Brother. The first time that I watched London's videos, right? It was like 2 in the morning, like 3 in the morning, right? I literally went live, which I never do on my platform. I only teach like
Hey,
during
just to
day
be
hours.
correct, you were alive before that.
Oh yeah, for sure, for
Sorry,
sure.
keep going.
So I was watching London stuff, and like I started from the like the Holy AI book part 1,
Oh,
and I went through
nice.
that whole thing and like how he was going like going backwards with the words and like the Kanye and
Respect.
the Donda and all that, and like it was just like wow, like this, I like this dude, man. I like how he thinks, and I put it on. I set up my because I got a projector, so and I'm not real good with like screen sharing on. So I set my phone up on a tripod and I had his work projected, and I went live at like 3 in the morning, and
Oh,
like
wow.
people were on there watching it, and they was like, "What is this?" and stuff. But it was like the footage was real grainy and stuff because the way I had it set up, and it was all late. So I ended up taking it down because you really couldn't make it out. But I really I wouldn't even be over here right now if I didn't, you know, uh, appreciate who London is, and I'm not claiming to know him fully or anything like that, but from what I do know, I wouldn't be over here. Like I don't even know how many people are here right now. Watch, I could care less. I feel like I'm just on the phone with a couple good brothers. That's
Mhm. Mhm.
Yes,
and we need that, man.
It lets go of
Especially
pressure, That way there's no audience. It's just us, man.
facts.
We're able to share as best as we can with our minds.
But
Because we are
there
not
is some
really as physical as we are our minds.
About taking that weight off you. I understood that completely. How you were describing that. Yeah.
You're just saying that because you're a skinny old man. Nah, I'm just messing with you.
not even the brother that just spoke. I can tell he has wisdom as well, because like he had said just a one liner earlier that just sparked a bulb in my consciousness. So like it's
You can
all
hear
here.
it, dude. He sounds like a wizard. I've made fun of Dean many a times. He sounds like an old ass wizard, like Radagast.
I love diversity and different accents and all that, man. Like I love that. I just love it. And like and people use that for hate. I can't fathom or understand that. Like people what I love, and I see beauty in people hate. Like hate
Well, you
other
gotta see every time you see someone's hate, you're seeing their pain.
facts. Big
Yeah.
fact.
because they don't know how to deal with it. So they project it onto other people, and you just have to realize that you're not responsible for that.
That's
You
a
know,
fact.
feel bad for them. You know, like
Trauma's
see
built
through
up.
their past, see past time, and see their childhood was probably not as good as yours, even if yours was shitty.
Facts.
Because no kid is really truly responsible for who they are. It's their parents. They were the guides. And if there were no guides, you guided yourself.
They're looking for.
I was lucky when I grew up, I guided myself. I raised myself. I was an adult at like 10.
Man, I grew up pretty quick as well. Man, I lived a real fast. I've died twice. I've
Oh
been
shit.
pronounced dead 2 different times. One
That's
time was,
probably your connection.
and you know, a lot of people say that, and I always get the questions about lights and this and that. Now, this second time I did have a experience, but it had nothing to do with lights or anything. It was more with magnetism. That's the only way
Your
I
heart?
can say it again.
Your heart is your magnetic center. So they talk about the 3 brains, which I heard you guys talking about it earlier with the heart, brain, stomach, but it actually has a hierarchy. It is heart first. That's your mother. That's your magnetic center. So when you're
Mm-hmm.
talking about manifestation, it starts in the heart because everything comes from a feeling, not a thought. It moves to your mind. Your mind makes it electrical and codifies it. Your stomach mind is your physical brain that controls your existence here.
The
Okay.
plexus.
So you have the duality of those 2, and then the third that sits off to the side to maintain what is here. Your internal gut, your brain of your stomach, which is your basically 60% of your immune system exists in your intestines.
So that's kind of like the beginning of the Bible, like Adam getting split to Cain and Abel, and then the third being Seth off to the side, kind of
Right.
deal.
Well,
You know, like,
most people don't know that Adam had a wife before Eve.
oh yeah.
That was Judith, and she became one of the generals of Satan.
Well, if you want to take it even further,
Or Lilith, sorry, not Judith.
there's doctrine that says Eve actually is the mother of Adam. Eve
Oh,
actually
wow.
birthed Adam, and there's 4 different Adams, and the first Adam was actually basically the God man. That, you know, I better not say it. The
Well, made from
J-E
the dust,
the
which
J-E-W-S.
Lilith was supposed to be made from the dust as well.
They call it like Adam Cadmon. You know, that's why they like they push the trans stuff, like with like Obama, like all the presidents and things. It's all inverted. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like all the hot people that's like on the limelight. It's because they have this esoteric belief that the original being is like hermaphrodite. But in a way it has truth to it, but they're looking at it as physicalities instead of energetic.
Right, as it being neutral to both, not being as of both.
Exactly.
Right, they're thinking penis and vagina, and I'm saying it's neither.
Right.
It is
And
the
that's the sacred
combination of
marriage. You
both, and
mentioned
the
it
only
earlier.
reason we reached physicality in the first place was because of that division.
And it's a journey, man. And right now,
No,
a
that
lot
was
of us.
the initial con of man, was higher entities saw the physicality of this density and saw it as a beautiful place and decided to codify it here. And they thought the most beautiful way to express that was amongst the animal and amongst their own expression. And what they didn't realize was that would curse their soul, because immediately it started attaching them to second density physicality. And that's what started the Earth School.
I feel like there's an entity, there's a group of entities, but mainly one that wants to come in. And you know how they say like we're all extensions of, for lack of a better word, the God mind, and we're all just experiencing God is experiencing itself, from different angles, right?
Right.
So on the flip side, these other entities, the shadow beings or whatever you want to call, they're trying to do the same thing, and they're trying to create a gateway here so they can come experience this world as well, the same way that eternal souls get to do it. And that's where this transhumanism thing comes in. That's going to be their conduit into a half human, half technological body.
Right. The jealous God part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. To make you start to live within your ego and not your spirit.
An illusion of free will, not free
Right.
will itself.
You're only physical.
Yeah. Yeah. And then that's when, but think about it. If they eradicate all souls like us from this realm, which it'll never happen because we'll just keep coming
You
back.
can't. You
Yeah,
can't. Did you
exactly.
know the contract of the earth? Do you know why everything has to be consent by decree? Because humans have authority on this planet, not the Palladians, not anybody else. They have the technology to overthrow us, even the lower dimensional beings and all that shit. They can't. We hold dominion over this plane.
Mm-mm.
So
Man.
anything that is ruled over us has to be by decree.
So that's why they're trying to make a being that is just human enough to declare itself a man and can rule over us as like a god, the
Yes.
God
And
man.
like I say, I have decree, but they are of lower entity. The ent in I, the natural I that ties. The ent. You remember that from Lord of the Rings?
Uh-huh.
The ent I tie. Remember where you talk about entities?
Yeah.
Yeah. The nature energy I tie to you, which is
Hey
not
guys,
good energy.
my phone is on 2%, so I don't want it to die without giving proper farewells. So I just want to say, man, what a beautiful conversation. It's been an honor, and
Awesomeness.
gratitude to you guys, and you know, we will do this again. So I'm gonna put my number in the back chat real quick for
Okay.
anybody that's on here. Go
I'll
yeah,
put
and
mine
just
there already. I'll put mine there. You can grab that while you're there.
okay.
Word.
And now I don't know the international codes and stuff, so you might have to figure out if you got to put something in front of it. But I'll just go ahead and put it in there real quick.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't
No
know how
problem.
your British shit works.
Well,
What
well,
your
hey
video?
guys, man, I love y'all, man. I love each one of you guys, even the ones that were silent in the chat or whoever's watching this on the rewatch or whatever. I love y'all, man, and
Stay elevated, man.
it's been an honor. Balance and wholeness to you all.
Stay
There you
elevated.
go. Much love. Much
Much
love.
love. Yes.
Appreciate that guy, man. Solid. Solid stuff.
Woo.
Let me I wanted to quickly go over something where we was looking at what were we looking at yesterday or the day before? We were looking at the lens, right?
Yes, of course.
Oh, what happened to Tony? I want to go over this real quick.
Points around Earth.
When we were talking about the points around Earth, he reckons we're all in trouble apparently. Hold on, let Tony back in. There you go.
Sorry.
No problem. We are all in trouble, Billy Carson. Let's have a quick listen.
Discovered something called X points around Earth. These are
Points around Earth, right? But I want you to look at what they're showing us, right? And remember the X, the cross is the lens, right? But just take a look at the shape of the globe itself and how it's encased in this thing here, right? I think they're trying to show us stuff like this again. Where is it gone?
What? A larger eye?
Yeah, well, you could say that, yeah, it's the eye, but there's another part to it.
Made it look like the Earth was just part of the lens, and that the magnetic field was the actual eye part.
Oh yeah, here we are. Like they're trying to show us like this up here, right? Because it's the same thing like this,
Yep.
like that. That's what they're showing you when they're showing you that. Where's it gone? There we are.
Huh.
Yeah.
Got a lot of symbology in that right there.
There is.
There you see it, yeah? That's what they're showing you when they're showing you that.
Yeah, okay.
But
It's showing that there's another spectrum outside of that, yeah?
yeah, like this part here is the magnetic part, the magnetic sphere.
Yeah.
Got it
Right.
here, magnetic sphere.
And
Because
then
look,
the other,
even how it is, right? This is meant to be how the egg is. Look, it's got half in and half out. They talk about the cosmic egg, half in the waters and half out the waters. Right? That's what they're showing you right here.
I thought it was like the eye too. You know,
Yeah.
because it's partially exposed.
Yeah, that too.
well,
Yeah.
the black hole's in the center of the lens, isn't it?
Yeah.
Showing us something there. With the lens,
Naturally occurring portal.
naturally occurring portal. So like even this bit down here, the light, like I said, that's the pet. Where the light is the optic nerve, how it would come in. With an angle here, okay.
Right. You're absolutely right, actually, because if it's the light generating the light just like the eye, it's the one actually creating the planets around it by looking at them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Portals that open in
Take that back.
NASA.
I wanted to bring that to you guys' attention. And even when we was looking at that, you sent me this as well, do you know, right? Where's it gone?
Yeah.
They remind me of lenses. And Dino said that. Some optical type of shit.
Yeah.
Right. You just can't see it, but it's displacing what's around it.
Yeah.
But look
But
over
in
there,
a
there's a
pattern.
circle one that's. Look at these clouds. What is going on? What is that? Okay. But look over there, there's a circle one that's the actual cloud. Yeah. It's like a missing puzzle piece or something. What is going on here with these clouds? Look at these
I bet that's
clouds.
those. I wonder if that's those metafluid stuff I've been telling you guys about. The optic lenses that you were talking about. I wonder if that's the type of shit.
Well, I know what you mean. Yep.
But to look at, I mean, look where they've got them as well, right? They've got them like over the waters that activate stuff. They said they activate stuff, right? What comes in and out of the oceans apparently?
Evaporated water, right?
Everything
No,
nowadays.
I'm talking I'm talking about UFOs and spacecrafts and those
Oh,
shit.
yeah. Yeah, okay. Yep. Well, yep. Going back to the other. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the lens, the UFO, the right?
So maybe they're going in and out only in the dark hours. or completely cloaked. Phil and I talked about this. Is that it's cloaking? They're using the vapor cloud as a form of cloaking.
Right,
Oh
but
yeah,
if you
that,
think about it, something that would be invisible before, say the planet is shifting into a higher density, I think you're going to start arriving upon phenomenon of other existences being here in other densities that
yeah,
they can't hide as easily as they did before because the existence itself here is shifting upwards.
yeah,
So the veil of them hiding is thinning.
yeah,
Yes. So the vortex, because I think there was some subject on how they entered the water, and that there was
Yeah,
a
it's all about
vortex.
plasma.
Yeah, yeah,
They talk about it like it's some kind of like alien technology. No, do you realize they're already using it on airplanes and they're going to start using it on semi trucks because it
right.
cuts through what you would call resistance. Everything works on friction, and the more resistance it has, that's why they make vehicles aerodynamic. Well, you have something that hits the water. I don't care how aerodynamic it is. If it hits the water at 1,000 miles per hour, it's going to crush it.
Yep.
But if you put a plasma field around it, it literally will displace the water with no effect to the water with all, not a splash.
That's right.
And
Right.
you will have no inertia between the density of air and water.
Yes,
And
I
you can
got
move
you.
through the water as easily as you move through the air, which explains the USOs, underwater submerged objects.
Yes. Very well spoken there, Tony. Yeah. Excellent.
I try to get it out quick because I know this is YouTube, and try not to take up too much time from other people, and you got to kind of try to get out your point quick. And I can recite easily because I remember it like it was fucking yesterday, even though I learned it fucking 5 years ago.
Awesome. Love it, bro.
But at the base of it, dude, I don't care about how smart I am. That makes me alone from everybody else. I care about how much I am like you guys, because that's what makes me have friends.
Well, the thing is that you're sharing knowledge, and we all accept how you put it across, and it's well spoken and understandable, and that's the best thing about it.
Well, I think the problem that you have with a high intelligence is they want to speak at a level that's above everybody else. But I think an even higher level would be able to explain something that's complex in a simple way to somebody who's never heard it before.
That's
Just like if you had an advanced field of like being a machinist or a fiber guy like me, and you had to explain it to somebody who's never seen any of this before. It'd be the same thing with spirituality, with the aspects that London talks about, with the things that you talk about, Dean.
Yeah, yeah. It's all about getting it across. Yeah.
Well, you find the common denominator and you find a simple way to explain it. You can take a complex thing and explain it easily. That's what genius is expressed, actually, is not the ability to be complex. It's the ability to take something complex and explain it simply.
Well, we're going to teach children, aren't we? We're going to teach them the right way, and we're going to have to do it simply, aren't we?
There is no simple way to teach children if you're not beating their ass. No offense.
But it's still up to us, isn't it?
Yeah, if you treat them like animals, it's pretty basic to instill that
Parents,
responsibility.
right? If we're looking for the parents of the child, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you can't do that stuff. You can't beat your kids. You realize not only are they animals, but they are also souls and human beings.
Yeah, but they don't have to be beaten.
No, they don't. It's the one thing that kind of kills their spark before they become adults, because that's what makes us into these routine rut individuals that succumb to the physicality of the work week, which makes our work weak and makes us weak until we get to the weekend.
Top
which
dog
is where
there.
we have our death and we die and we celebrate, and then we're born again Monday on Monday morning.
And a lot of people die on Mondays.
Oh yeah, yep. That's when they say your mind is the most active is on Friday night because that's the furthest day from Monday.
Probably.
It's called your
Yeah.
Friday night essence. If you ever wanted to start a business or be creative or sit there and engineer something in your mind, do it Friday night.
Yeah.
Your mind is the most free to be creative. London, I encourage you to do the same. I've talked to you about this before, actually, and you know it. Yeah, he doesn't have a poor memory like most people. He knows I've spoken about these things. That's the one thing that I think I like about myself is that I keep steady on what I've said before, and that gives you a principle that is higher than the frequency of love. There was a college that did a test on the frequency of love. They say is the highest frequency. No, there's one higher. That is the frequency of authenticity. That means living in truth. You don't lie to yourself or others.
Yeah.
Authenticity is 4,000 times stronger than love.
Absolute truth. Absolute. Yes.
Be authentic. And I can tell you what, every time I've talked to London, he sounds the same. Every time I've talked to you, Dean, you sound the same. And every time I've talked to myself, I sound the same. So I think we're all pretty authentic.
Well.
Sorry if I sound crazy by saying that about myself.
We're doing all right, bro.
I'm not lying.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did miss the people down the chat too, because a lot of the times I'm mainly down the chat, and I know I'm talking to you too, but dude, kudos to the chat down there. Those are some pretty awesome people. They're pretty solid. They come here every time.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, big up the
Right,
chat.
London?
Say that again, T.
Right, London?
Right.
It's about the people, man. It ain't about us. It's about the ones listening. That's why we're here doing it. You guys encouraged me to do it. As soon as I saw I was freeing up and not working like a goddamn Mormon. Sorry, good Lord, Mormon. I'm trying not to curse as much. I keep saying curse words all the time like a sailor, and I'm trying to stop. Trying to live in a higher frequency. I encourage everyone else to do the same.
Fully get that. Yeah.
Got to ring the bell for that one.
Fully.
I've been ringing it the whole time. That's why I've been helping out y'all's frequencies. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Shut the fuck up. You sound like one of my condescending friends at work. Oh, thank you so much, Tony. You fucking saint. It's a principle amongst men that makes us good friends. We give each other a hard time, and it's ironic that women compliment each other all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but I mean, it's also like Chief Ironbush said. It's great to be in that conversation with other people and to appreciate it. You know, for sure.
He's definitely been through a few levels.
I've watched a lot of his videos, and yeah, they're great. They're awesome knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah. We got to get that guy back on again, man.
Hell yeah.
You didn't tell me you knew this fella, so I get all excited and a little over talkative, and I kind of curtailed him to be a certain way, and I apologize. I don't mean to be like that.
Still sharp and still, man. It's good to hear good conversations like you lot was having.
It was pretty exhilarating. I will imagine that this person will come back.
Ooh, he's been here before, and I'm sure he's not shy. Yeah.
I'll try to be around more often in the future. But like I said, I work more than an Amish person.
Mhm. Mm. Alki saying, what did he say? Dropping a video. Where is it, Alks? You dropping it now? Or yeah, man, there's so much more information that I've come across, but there's not much people I can really bounce my ideas off, man. No one's willing to, have them talk that we normally have. So I
It's
just end up saving all my finds, man. I don't really end up showing it to you guys because it's just,
You just
in,
got to throw it out there, London. Like, you got to realize that if you're throwing out new information, you're going to stand alone.
that's a fact.
But you know what? If you're going to be in that situation anyways, fucking own it.
Mm, true.
Because you're the one being the first. And being the first means, you know what? It may seem vague. It may be a hard stretch for people. It may be a lot of things, but it's authentic for you. And what were we just talking about authenticity and about how much you thought it was right?
How much passion you have for that. Yes.
Right.
Mm.
Hey,
Passion
sure.
that comes in the work. One must move. If you are moving all the time in the action of your goals, then you are moving in the right way.
That's it. Sure, that's a
So
fact.
I like to set kind of the principles of what's going on here, the parameters of how your ability to do these things might set you apart. But I can tell you what, you will find a certain loneliness within that understanding. So set yourself apart. You weren't meant to be with others. You were meant to be alone because you
Mm,
alone know this truth, right?
that's it.
And
Big.
through that, I know you. So once you own it, that fucking disassociation and all these other problems you keep having will go away. I promise you.
Yeah, I feel you there. Feel you there.
You're the first. Somebody's got to be the first at everything, right?
Yeah.
What happened at the first fucking football game ever? They're like, what the fuck are these goofy people doing? Hitting each other and throwing a pigskin around, and you know what I mean? And look what it turned into.
Mm. I fully hear you there.
That was a
Yeah.
good name right there. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody has to be the first at everything. The only thing they fear is persecution. And we're all persecuted anyways, so why not be fucking weird? There's no point in being normal because just like we were explaining earlier, the only gift of being normal is that you are legion. You are literally gifted by evil ways. You'll get every desire you want and you will progress
But
zero.
Tone, I hear you, but you know what it is with me, right? Like, I've got no problem of getting my stuff and putting it out there, right? You don't see the work I can produce, but the stuff in between, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
everyone's got something to say, right? Like, even we heard Sonia today, right? They're the few gems that I could possibly throw into a whole AI book or something. When it's about, getting the information across, that's the part um I'm kind of stuck on. I'm scratching my head like, how come everybody's got work, but when I'm saying, hey, let's talk about it, let's chop it up, no one shows or no one hits the link. But if it's anything else, it's
If it goes obscure, everyone's
yeah,
arrives.
they
If it
arrive.
stays on point, silence ensues.
There you go. Right. So as for the
Mm.
work effort, I can put the work out there. Like, if I really want, I can go and upload, part 12 or part 11. I've got enough material for that. But it's the stories that I want to hear now because there's things that people have gone through that I haven't gone through, and I want to hear those type of things. That's my only problem with it. But everything else, I got it on lock.
Well, maybe just as advice, maybe you have too much content and not enough elaboration as to how you got there. You know what I mean? Just like somebody
Yeah.
explaining an advanced point to somebody and they don't see where you're at because it took you 50 common denominators to find that conclusion. You know what I mean? What you're finding at is the first level of the advanced mind is that they have a hard time explaining their advanced point to somebody who's never heard it before. That's what we were talking about earlier about finding basically the common denominators and then explaining it. But unfortunately, the burden does lie on you of having to elaborate, which is relentless repetition. Because say you're saying it to a crowd of, 15 to 35 people. Out of that crowd, you may have 1 to 6 people that are going to be new ears. But you never know when it hits that certain ear that is going to spark that thought to give you the extra inspiration that you need to move forward. You know what I mean? So it does require a certain level of reiteration and elaboration. Find as many avenues as you can to explain one point. Be a thesaurus to your own content. We've talked about it from golf to Pluto to fucking, you know what? You need to go back, pull out some of that Pluto shit. You need to pull back some of that golf shit. Keep going back. Going back, go forward. Going back, go forward. You know what I mean? Pull it back. Hey, because each one of those is a receipt.
Yeah.
There's a receipt of validation of how you derive to the point you got at to where you're at now. I believe you, Dean believes you, but you need other people that have not spent 1,000 hours with you to believe you.
That's it.
And I don't think I'm a stupid, foolish person either. I'm not saying I believe you because I come from a foolish point or we're just friends and I'm glad standing you. That is not the motherfucking case, and you know me. I would not agree if I didn't think it was true.
That's it.
Yeah. I'm trying to relate that same passion you gave me back, 4 or 5 months ago when we were doing shows all the time and everybody was excited about the information and we were trying to relate to each other, not the amount of volume of information that you can relate. You know what I mean? It starts with the feeling. If it doesn't start with the feeling, it's not going to create any passion or excitement with anyone. And I think you've just got to where you've got so much volume. It's insane. You're overwhelming.
Yeah.
And I respect I Am Bush. That's one of the first people in a long time I have heard who said he went one through all the rest that you had. Most people don't do that and then come up here and try to talk like they know your material. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be
I
insulting to those that
know.
don't. I'm just saying.
Yo, hey, TT, you remember them days?
I'm
They
trying to
was
be
like,
respectful, but half of these people didn't even go to fucking 5. And I'm like, you know what? I respect you as a human being, but you're an asshole. Don't come up here.
yeah.
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 And then you raise into that confidence to where now you could be that person that doesn't, but you don't want to be the person who's the asshole. Don't come up here. You're rude. I'm sorry. Be relevant or be gone. And that's how I feel about my friend London. You know what I mean? I'll protect him before I do the perspectives of other people.
That's it.
Besides I Am Bush, he got me on a rant because he was all excited about the same shit I talk about, and he's went through the field, and I couldn't help myself. I apologize for that, but I feel like me and him are kind of like I rode the horse, but he's a wild stallion out in the field. You know what I mean?
Hey.
On the opposite side of that, though, Tony, there is that new voice that comes on. That
Being able to talk to your subconscious.
It comes on, and just the same as it just happened between you and Chief Ironbush. And
We related with each other.
yeah, right.
That's called resonance.
That's the I think that's what London really does try to bring about, is to get people up who want to share something that
He's a conduit.
out, even if it's different, even if it's wild, you know?
I said that. He lets people be open. He is the platform. He is the medium. He is water. Have you guys ever heard the theory that God is water?
Yes, sir.
Think about it. Think
Yeah.
fucking about it. Anything that has water is living. And space in the original Ethereum was called ether, which is water. It means water.
Okay.
So all that lives is water.
Exactly. Yep. I agree with that.
Right. And we just have a small piece of the big whole, like one part of the ocean.
Yep. A drop.
That's what explains how you can be God, but not be the entirety of God. But that doesn't mean that you don't have connection to the ocean. Its vastness is only limited by your imagination. What can you take in? How deep is your void?
Pause.
That's what it is. It's not what you say. It's realistically how you say it. Make people think about it the way that you did the first time you came upon those truths, London, when you were like, "Oh my God, holy shit! I need to show this to people." You need to stop right there. Don't experience that excitement right then. Hold it and wait until you show it to others. And then you're sharing it for the first time with them, and they can share in your experience and then resonate with you. Like I said, I think you're cursed with the burden of having to reiterate. That's the only way anybody gets their point across to the masses. Am I wrong?
That's it.
You have to.
Yeah, I think it's
It's,
about
it's a
time.
blessing and a curse. Have you not talked with your friends and you retell your story so many times that you don't remember which friend you've repeated your stories to?
Yeah, true.
I'm
We
gonna have
all
to start.
do it.
I'm gonna have to start an echo chamber. Good. Yeah. Good. Yeah, good.
It's how it is in the way we move, man. But it's not lost on me, man. I'm more in the moment and the feeling than I am as far as the entirety and the context and what everybody else trying to get across. Nah, I almost don't even care about that anymore, man. I've gotten to, I think, what is a higher level of the fact that I just love you guys, man. When I can be around, I do. And when I can't, I miss you guys. That's where I keep it.
Yeah, it's about the same, I suppose, when you're not around for us, so,
Right. And that's the thing. If you put that impression on other people, then that shows that your impact was there. And then that makes you feel good about yourself, to know that you were missed. And that's a pretty fucking badass thing, regardless of the information that transpires.
There you go.
That's where the passion starts. And then it ends with the other person using their mind to try to come to the same eventualities you're trying to get to because they know you're passionate about it and it's close to what you think about. And we all come up to the same relativities together.
On point.
Man, I feel as you guys do. I just have to avoid public settings and group situations now that I'm on a more resonant frequency of knowing basically what you guys are thinking. I don't know exactly what you're thinking, but I can feel what I think you're thinking.
Yeah.
You guys are my friends. How could I not?
Yeah, you get to know people. Sure.
Oh, yeah. You know the excitement of being able to share, but I also know the depths and the depravity and the loneliness you feel when you're not online. When you lay your head down at night and it's just you and your head. I feel the same as you. How could I not be you?
One to some degree. What's going on, Jeebus? Much love. Much love.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just how I think it. You're
Yeah.
no different than me, only a varying degree, no different than a magnet. You know, if you're talking about hot and cold, we don't know what hot and cold is. Tell me what degree where hot stops and cold begins.
Well,
Please.
I do agree with that point there with the fact that you know you can feel your left hand and you can feel your right hand. And I can say my left hand is cold a lot of the time. In fact, I've actually put my right hand on people's faces and go, "Yeah, good temperature. Yeah, that's all right." Then I put my left hand on, and they go, "Holy shit, it's cold, man."
Yeah, because your left hand is magnetic. Your right hand is electric. So your right hand emanates heat and your other hand concentrates it.
It's like a bloody refrigerator system working, isn't it?
It's just polarity. It's all it is. That's why they show people doing what they do with their hands. Yeah. It's just energy, man. Play with it. Put your
Yeah.
hands between each other, and if you can feel them both, put your palms towards the air. Your left will be cold, your right will be slightly warm. If you don't feel anything in your right, you need to work more during the day and less during the night. But most of us in this day and age are night creatures, which is why we have such an advanced magnetic field, but not an advanced electric field, because we do a little bit less in a day than we should.
I
That's a good
understand.
point, you know. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. We need to do a build on that shit, you know, because I mean,
I could expand on it too.
yeah, I'm thinking this realm would be at its most energetic time, right? When the sun's around, right?
Yes,
Exactly.
when you're
So,
taking in the most energy. It's
mhm.
not at nighttime because then you're in a negative path, and no matter how naturally positive you are, you're going to gravitate towards the negative. You're in the
Hold
negative
on.
polarity.
What about what I mean, because look, if they're one and the same, right? The sunlight is just the moonlight, in my opinion. It's coming from the same source. Like,
Yes.
do you think that would have an effect as also?
It has to, because sunlight tends to heal your wounds and
Yeah.
moonlight tends to worsen them. They literally tell you not to go out in moonlight if you have like big gaping bad wounds.
I didn't know that, but I healed right from a bad wound. I tell you.
Yes. It doesn't heal you in that way physically. The moonlight has a reverse polarity to where it heals you spiritually, but not physically. So as long as you don't have anything wrong with you physically, the moonlight is very good for you about negatively charging your water in a good way, because the negative charge causes change. If you view it as a demon and put that
The
intent
crystal
into it, that's what your negativity does to you.
I got from that, stop putting the crystals on the windowsill and get out there and be in the moonlight.
Right. Or put a little bit of water out in the moonlight, throw some intent into it, because
Yeah.
that's what causes change, not sunlight water, moonlight water. Sunlight water helps you maintain. That is for energy and vitality. Moonlight water will help you for basically anything you wish to put intent to change with a mentality. Because if God is water, you put the intent into it, and then you are invoked. Correct?
That's some learning to my structuring of water that I have waited for. That's for sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's in the vision and lens, and what London is talking about is just how you view things can literally manipulate it more than what we all consider real. So view things in the way you want to. Don't view them as they are,
Oh
because
yeah,
that
I
is
always
usually not correct.
when I collect it. So you know, um, that's a step forward, isn't it? To do collections in moonlight. You know.
Yeah. But like I said, if you're in a bad polarity, say you're heightened as a male with your female principle being highest reversed and you're a highly emotional male, then being in the moonlight is not good for you, which is, like all the men that go out and party and go to bars and, act like dogs.
Yeah.
So it depends where you're at in the
You
process
got
as to how
married.
well the moonlight will work for you.
Yeah, I got you. I got
Hold
you.
on. So I think we missed that. 1 second. We was meant to watch Alchemist thing.
Oh yeah.
Shit, sorry.
Within Welcome to the Hell Realms, where life is unfair. Everybody is suffering, but I'm too enlightened to care. What you want me to do? This crying despair? That's not gonna happen, cause I'm not frightened or scared. I am an angel of light, that's why I'm divinely prepared. I've been researching, now I got knowledge I'm dying to share. Phoenix event is coming, you need to be highly aware. Cause if you don't change and evolve, then everyone's gonna be dying, I swear. No one's dying today though, my dungeon's closed. But any of the death by 100 stones. Pain and misery, they're my comfort zones. It's the art of war. I'll paint a picture with crushed up bones. I was on a mountain meditating when I seen Ezekiel's wheel. I'm a multi-dimensional entity breaking through the ethereal seal. We're trapped in a cycle of reincarnation. Yeah, it's a serious deal. I've been quantum leaping for so long now that nothing seems to be real. Welcome to the virtual matrix. I know this system well. I'm
That's some
reversing
dope rhymes.
New linguistic spells. I'm a multi-dimensional entity navigating through the pits of hell. I keep my DNA skin suit clean, so don't be jealous, my shit don't smell. I think I'm lost, somewhere in a sunken place. Don't worry, I'll be okay though. This dungeon's great. I don't feel alienated. I feel like I come from space. I'd rather have one good friend than 100 mates. I'm a good judge of character, and I don't trust your face. I'm certain I don't like serpents, and you're just a bunch of snakes. I'll leave you covered in cuts and scrapes and scratches, bruises, bumps and breaks. I don't wanna be around stupid people with tiny, minute, shrunken brains. I think I'm lost, somewhere in a spiral dimension. Oh well, I reincarnated again, it's another life sentence. If you don't open your mind, I might try dissection. The truth is hard to stomach, let me break it down like digestion. I read the Gnostic scriptures, yeah, they're really amazing ones. Did you know these biblical angels, they're just DMD aliens? And the devil and God are both the same thing, but these archons, they ain't negotiating. So I tell them a lot is motivating, truth hurts and it's so frustrating.
I realized that there is so much towards sovereignty and sovereign consciousness and detaching oneself from artificial intelligence or AI consciousness and the hive mentality. The divine spirit and the divine spark is able to cultivate awareness and craft and create his or her own reality by manifesting, by thinking and seeing what it is you want to create, and then by ignoring the programs that are designed to divest you from this higher level of awareness.
Akamos, do you air anything that ain't trippy? I swear, every time I watch one of his videos, man, I'm like, dude, how many hits did I just take? ¿Cuántos años tú tienes, amigo? Sorry, I gotta smoke a joint to watch this. Doof. Inhale, exhale. Should I be going wow 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 wow? Sorry. Big ups to Jeebus and Akamos and Lizzo.
A wizard at you.
Kaleidoscope. I wonder if this is what you would see if you had 4 eyes. It would be divided even further. You'd probably see better. If you think about it, how many times have you swatted a fly and they can see 30 refractions per eye?
I was just thinking of the same thing when you were talking.
Right. The more advanced the eye / the mind, the more you can see. Knowledge is no different than your eyeballs. You see it, therefore it exists. Peace out, Akamos. Hey, just curious, how long is this?
I don't know. It's up for me.
Kind of hypnotic. I'd be a liar if I said it's not trying to put me to sleep.
Yes, Rastafari, Selassie, I live it. No matter what they try to do, Selassie shall wipe them out. The right highway coming on. Up and down, I just go and turn them down in Babylon. See it? What's the design I weapon?
Hey, London.
Yo.
Hey, it's kind of fucking with my head.
Yeah, say that again.
I said it's kind of messing with my head.
And I've got the different angles where it's coming in, right? I think it's not finished. I think he said about 10 minutes or so.
Holy shit. Talk about splitting perspectives.
Excuse me, I have to go to the toilet while I'm at it.
Yep.
Exactly, Jeebus. Look away. It's the only way not to get cursed by it. You guys are funny. Big up Akamos. Lizzo. Jeeba Jeebs. No, Jeebus, that's just you. You're weird. Just kidding. Of course we all see it. No. There is a unity of the quadrants. Most magnets are not dipoles, they are quadrupoles. Am I wrong? Don't think I am. That's because you can blow flames. The breath is radiative energy. The inhalation is electric energy. Weird just means unusual, which means not usual. So I think weird is a weird word in the fact that it says that it's unusual, but the unusual just means not known or not common. Am I wrong? Don't think I'm wrong. Thanks, Ekamos. I hear what you guys are saying. I'm usually just focused on my friends that are talking. Nobody is lessened by anybody else here, Akamos. You have to be more. Or spicy for the ghost. Sounds trippy. RD 575.
Give thanks and praise. Rastafari living.
Rastafari.
Rastafari. Mita mana buona quata man. That's it. Shrooms put us in the higher mind. Changed us into who we could be, not who we were. Big ups to Royana. You down with OPP? Yeah, you know me. That's like 30 years old, Jeebus. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I almost started going, jump, 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 jump.
Yeah, Ducky. Where's the chat gone?
Oh, is it her? Did you lose something?
Oh yeah, that's what we meant to do quick before we get out of there. Let's finish off this.
Trees are dimensional. Depending on the leaf, we tell you what dimension it's in. There is so much stuff we are idiots about. We know nothing. We're less than babies of our knowledge. There are so many beings out around us that we simply can't see because our light spectrum is so small. Horrible.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've for a long time I felt we have many abilities that we just been dumbed down out of, made to forget.
Oh, yeah.
For sure, absolutely.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, there is not a single subject that all of us could not find out about. Intention is the most important thing. Imagination with intention. You must, in this reality, in this 3D, 4D, because it is a concept right now. We're going into 5D. But not unless you get the hell out of 3D are you going anywhere. And the main thing is intention backed up with action. You need both of them. You need all of them. You need intention, and then you need to act upon it. Use your skill set of imagination and intuition. Listen to your gut, listen to your heart, and listen to your brain. Just because it's your brain, it shouldn't be the only thing you run by. You need to add your entire trinity to work as a full functioning unit.
I agree big time. In fact, I've done a few videos. One was even titled Intuition Over Intelligence. I'll take my intuition over anything at this point. I just kind of know things for certain reasons, and I just go with that,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Intuition negates ego.
Yeah, I know this is huge topics. So yeah, everybody needs to start remote viewing. Just go into your head, see what you can see. I don't care if it's in the next house. I don't care if it's in the next country, because in the end, there's no such thing as time or space. That is all a linear time concept, and it doesn't really hold in our reality. And Mandela effects prove it. Think about Liberty
Clearly.
Island and Ellis Island.
Yeah, and the Mandela effect clearly, two of the things that I always talk about, it clearly proves that what we've been given for the construct of time and the fabric of reality are completely out the window.
Tone, this Tuesday,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pray to the gods and Zeus and that, right? That it all goes smooth. I should be having him over this Tuesday coming. Hopefully you can join us.
Tuesday?
Yeah, Tuesday.
I'll see what I can do. 3 GMT.
GMT will be like 8-ish GMT.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was trying to equate that to my fucking time.
Yeah, she was.
Dude. Yeah, I'm super smart, guys.
That'll be 8 GMT London time.
That's when my autism isn't getting at me.
Let's keep going.
I mean, completely. That's why it boggles my mind that people think they should just ignore this and it's some stupid memory game. It's like, no, we're talking about the fabric of physical matter is not only changing instantaneously, which would be amazing, but it's changing retroactively, showing you that there is no time. Everything is the here and now.
That's right. All you have is the now, and you're only going to experience the now. It doesn't matter where it is in that figure 8. It is only your now. There's no tomorrow. There's no past. There's only the now, because this place is only creating the now, whatever now you're experiencing. The big thing about the Mandela effects, I remember when I first saw in 2017, the moon. You know how it used to wax and wane, left to right, right to left?
Yeah.
Now it's upside down with a big smiley Cheshire cat face. It's like, what the hell?
And that's interesting too, because a lot of these changes tie together. So the moon has what they're calling the Cheshire Cat smile, and another Mandela effect is the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland, who no longer says we're all mad here. He now says most everyone's mad here. So what's that mean? Means that, hey, we're not the crazy ones. We're
Didn't
not
the Cheshire Cat keep Alice in Wonderland?
You mean
the
say that
same as
again?
the moon does?
I understand it.
That's all the Cheshire Cat did, was sit there and weave around her and guide her on the path to keep her there. Same as the moon does. The cycle of reincarnation. That's what they're talking about.
Okay. Okay.
We're not all mad here. That's my take on that.
Absolutely. I always say this was Alice in Wonderland. I mean, when you go back and you look at all the old antiquitech of what our reality was, free energy, people had time to do what they really wanted to do. There was no such thing as a work ethic. All this stuff was implied and imposed upon us. I mean, oh my gosh, we were Alice in Wonderland. And like I said in the very beginning, the Red Queen has taken over this reality, and that's AI. That's Michael. And this is what you get when she took over. This is why we're having our resets. We're in our 5th reset now. Oh my gosh. And we keep getting reset because every time AI takes over the avatar, we are in for another reset.
So do you think the reset is a culmination of them taking over enough avatars, or do you think it's them hitting a panic switch as we're starting to get out of here type of thing?
Both. It's artificial and it's natural. There is no straight answer on this. I'll tell you why it's both.
I have a straight answer.
We wouldn't be changing.
Go for it.
It really depends on the general consensus of the whole. If they get you to believe this is what you need to believe, then the general consensus is yes. So therefore you follow through with what is told, because general consensus is yes. That's the whole authority thing of this universe, is that you need consensus. It requires man's agreement to do any wrong to him. And if you agree to it by consensus, it can happen. Like the movies, and why every movie is a dystopia or an evil government or a Hitler type society, is to make you manifest it.
Yes.
To make you feel it so wholly and fear it so badly that it comes into existence.
Yes.
And the path you fear will come before you on the road you take to avoid it.
All right, please.
Anya, I can fuck your minds.
There you go. Let's keep going.
Be the light.
We're going through the ascension. And the reason we're going through the ascension this time is because enough is enough. This is the 5th and last time. Now, it's artificial because, look, they've got sun simulators up there pretending that we have the sun. Only in the morning and the evening do we have real suns, and they're 2 different suns. One's real tiny and one's real huge in the evening. And they're coming from different quadrants only because they're coming close to this quadrant. Because everything we think we know Jack. So in the day, we have all these artificial sun simulators hiding the black sun. And the reason the black sun is in this quadrant is because that was supposed to level us up. We are in the true dark ages right now. And the dark ages, meaning it's just dark out. The black sun would be giving off different kind of energies, which would mean that it would take your light spectrum and make it this big. Because
so do you think the black sun is up there right now, but they're just chemtrailing the hell out of it to block our view of it and then throwing all this other shit up there?
Yes.
Yep.
If we didn't have
That's what the eclipse was.
What do you think it was?
The eclipse was the black sun. It literally, nobody can explain why they've seen 6 paths of eclipses of the sun and moon passing in the same direction, which means it's an inverse angle of the sun and the moon to where the shadow will traverse opposite to them, transversing each other to the shadow, right? This last one literally went the opposite fucking direction. Made a cross. How can it come from a completely different angle than it has the 6 times previous? Explain that. And there was no moon visible before or after, even though you can see the moon during the day now. So what eclipsed the sun recently that made it this supposed new sun that is white? And it was almost like the black sun eclipsed it so that it could grow into adulthood. Because if you look in the periodicities of a sun, when it goes yellow to white, it goes from basically teenage to adulthood. In a sun's progression, it will go from yellow to white. As the planet, as us, as all this shifting they're talking about, all things must change, including the sun, including the moon, including the earth, including us.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Good stuff. Nice one, Tom.
Right on.
Being directly hit with the energies off the black sun, and we'd be leveling up like there was no tomorrow because of the energies coming off of there, because each light frequency gives you different things for the avatar, for the DNA to level up. This, I can prove that we've been in the dark ages before. Have you ever heard of the pike plant?
No, what's that?
P-I-K-E. It's a looking like flower. It's all white, and they're everywhere now because they're blooming, and they are not photo. Look up the pike plant. It's a remnant from the last dark age, where because anything that's in the dark turns white, so we don't have to have sunlight, they get a different source. They're cold fusion, basically. The pike plant, the Indian pike plant. Do you see it? Can you look it up?
Oh, you want me to look it up
go
now?
ahead.
Yeah, I
Look
can
up
do
the
that.
Indian pike plant. It's a remnant from the last dark age.
I see it now. Yep.
Okay, anytime you see something white, it's because there is no photosynthesis going on from a yellow sun.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason we have a white sun is because that isn't really suns. That's sun simulators. They're white. And why they burn. You remember about, I don't know how many years ago, when all of a sudden everything started burning? Cows, dogs, trees, vegetation. That's when they first put the sun simulators up, and they needed to teach them, tweak them.
I know a lot of
so that
people
they
whose
weren't burning
skin,
the hell out of everything.
skin has reacted different. Now, I still leave open the couple. So I've done shows specifically about this. Whether the moon and the sun are like these artificial things that are swapped out, put up there. Are they Mandela affected? So, like, for instance, the white sun, a lot of people say the white sun's Mandela effect. Now, this is how I say it. Well, the white sun could be a Mandela effect, or it could be that they put up artificial suns, because now it's not yellow, it's white, and it's hexagonal, right? I mean, we know this. But the question is, like, the one way to determine that would be to go back through all the old photography. And if all the old photography shows a white hexagonal sun, well, it's probably Mandela affected sun. But if all the old photography shows a yellow sun, then it's probably an artificial sun up there, So there's a lot of ways to look at it.
We absolutely have two things going on here, and a lot of gaslighting. Believe me, there's a lot of gaslighting too. Because if I can get you all on board on just one thing, I can veer you and direct you, and you won't do these multiple different directions and look widely. I'll streamline you and control your thought. And
Just like what they've done to a lot of the truth movement, right? They got everybody arguing over the shape of the earth, and yet it's much bigger than that. That's how they did exactly what you're saying,
Huge. So the only reason it seems flat in here is because we're in a Dyson sphere, and everything inside of here is flat. But what the hell's outside of it?
Dyson sphere. You hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Hear that? She said it right. And what did they come out and say the other day? Oh, we believe we found a Dyson sphere. We believe we found a Dyson sphere.
What do you mean they believe they found it?
That's what they said.
Just like they found the Leyden jars in the 1960s, and you look back at the fucking Wikipedia tells you that Alexander Volta was reverse engineering Leyden jars. You guys lying ass motherfuckers.
They just found themselves. That's all it is. The Dyson sphere is us.
Is the eye.
Exactly.
We're in one small tiny little section of this huge area. I actually went really diving deep on this. I had a dream about it, and I woke up and I'm like, what the hell was that all about? And then I started remote viewing. I'm like, oh my God. This is why we resonate with some kind of sphere thing because overall this thing is huge that we're on, but we're in such a tiny little thing on it. All of space and all of Mars and all of this and this and this. There's
That's
too much
all.
going on here.
Yeah.
This is a holographic sky, which is why you can take a sextant that goes back 6,000 years, and to the degree we have not moved.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Bullshit. We're flying through space, are we? And then the next thing is, where are these places? Why do they have names? And when I look back at the Mayans and I started remote viewing the Mayans, I'm like, oh my God, it's the freaking playbook above us. Why is astrology so important? It's the playbook.
Yeah.
That's the playbook. And we don't know astrology like that anymore because we were dumbed down.
Totally. Dumbed down and then taken over with fake astrophysicists and all this other crap that they put on top of it and then try and poo-poo the real astrology.
They can't even get out of the Van Allen belt, aka the dome.
Right, which is between the moon and the earth, by the way.
What, Van Allen?
Yeah, the fucking asteroid belt. Somehow they got through that and got to the moon. Or the radiation belt, whatever. But still, you're talking about temperatures that would exceed the melting temperatures of what the vehicle was made of. That wouldn't have actually went over the fourth level of the atmosphere, which is the thermosphere, which is like the warm part. That's why it's called the thermosphere. Yeah, there's only about 5 different metals on this planet that wouldn't melt at those temperatures. None of which were present on the Apollo. If you just look at just metallurgy.
And that's where they're filming it now. Greenland. Yeah.
Yeah, they're filming parts of that stuff everywhere. Yeah, that's a huge conception of the reality, you know.
I mean, how deep do these rabbit holes go? The main base thing is that wake up. Time to reestablish what your foundations are when you just knew that those were your foundations. How about I tell you, we have no foundations and we need to start over. We need to reevaluate even the simplest things that we think we know. And there are people who will fight viciously to keep those foundations in place.
Oh, I counter it all the time. I mean, you know, people get very upset with me because I'm trying to shatter their fabric of reality, you know, but not in a mean way. I'm literally trying to show people that you're not crazy, you're not losing your senses. Don't let people gaslight you, you know. I know that the way things used to be. By the way, I agree with you, and here's hundreds of years of evidence that back it up, you know, and people are still like, oh, you know.
Yeah, because they are completely living in a state of fear. You know what all this fear comes down to? One thing. I don't want to die because I don't know what's waiting for me. This is what all of their fear culminates into. One thing. I don't want to do anything to die. I don't want to die. That's what if you go back into every single thing that's making them so afraid, it all leads to one thing at the end, their death. Well, you're going to die. We're all going to die out of this. You're not getting around it, so you might as well face it now. You're born, you're going to die. Now that you've realized you're going to die, let's talk about it. You're going to die. I guarantee you're going to die. Now, what else?
Yeah, well, you're only going to leave this instance of reality, and obviously there's more. I mean, it's obvious to people like us, so there's no need to fear it at all. You know, something's obviously watching over us, upgrading our body, and waiting for us wherever we're going next.
Yep. There it is.
Yeah.
Only work in
So
periodicities.
do you do any like so you joined this woman's Patreon back in the day, and she was talking about remote viewing. Do you do any group type things? Do you do any like online type things where people do any type of these experiments together, or like?
Well, no. The only thing I do is I have my YouTube channel, and I met some of these people that were in different communities, and one of them was Campbell Purvis from Autodidactic. That's his channel, and he was doing the Antiquitech, and he's like, Sonia, YouTube's taking your videos down, and you need to get them backed up. And I'm like, oh, how do I do that? So I'm not computer literate. And he's like, go to Odyssey, it'll automatically, copy you over. So I have Odyssey. And then I had just recently opened up a Patreon. Now on my Patreon, I do 2 hours, 2 solid hours. And I'll have people talking to me, and I have a question box that I'll address and answer, plus it's live. And I go deep diving on so many subjects. And I started 4 months ago. So can you imagine 2 hours every Saturday, deep strikes? It is the craziest thing. They give me a strike, then they give me a second strike. And then they're like, okay, well, we're just going to give you a warning because they don't want to get rid of me. When your looking glass technology fails because you don't carry the frequency for it to work anymore because it's connected to an individual person, which can be proven because in Egypt, they have that ball that's on that guy's head. That's looking glass technology. And so basically, it's connected to your body. It only goes through your frequency. But if you don't have the frequency to match, you can't go any higher. So they need people like me to look into stuff that's coming and what's going and which is why they will not get rid of my channel. I have been living on 2 strikes for years, and yet they keep taking down my videos.
I know another reason why they do that, and I've told people this, why I get in the same situations. I've lost many of the backup channels. My main channel I've been able to keep, and what I keep telling you people is they want to put me to 2 strikes because rather than just have me leave, they want to have me stay on, but they want to have me try and change the way that I speak and the information I present because I'm scared of them taking me down. And that's what they do to people. That's what I feel.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I don't care. I'm going to say this little cuss word. I don't give a shit. Take me down if you ever learn another thing from me, because you're not going to. Because if I decide to go, I'm going.
Sounds like there's a few Sonya detractors in the comments.
They use us as gauges to judge things. That's why I've often said, like, so for instance, the fakery on the International Space Station or whatever, right? Like, some of that stuff is just so blatantly obvious, but people think that they're mistakes. And I'm like, those aren't mistakes. They're not just going to let all this get past production and everything. Like, those are put there in purpose. And the reason they do that, like, I could show a normie out here, astronauts on harnesses. It's not going to matter to them. They're just going to go right over their head. But what happens if people like on these circles see it? Well, we talk about it. Then they kind of tailor-made to see where to push their lies and deceptions next based on the people who are paying attention, what they're talking to. And obviously, especially when you think we're in an AI reality, you know that they're running algorithm after algorithm, monitoring us, surveillance, and all of this. So they're getting all that information off us to try and keep their thing going in the direction that they need to. Because Joe Schmo out there, he's going to believe in the 19 hijackers and the ISS and all of it anyways, no matter what.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I've seen so much stuff coming in. I don't have TV, but I do have my phone and I have a tablet. That's all I have. I don't live in cyber world because I don't really like cyber world, but I will do cyber world just to get this information out. And I tell you, some of the stuff I've seen and heard, it's like, come on, people. It's the same playbook over and over and over. Wake up.
Absolutely.
It's just crazy.
Well, yeah, this has been a really good conversation. I'm hoping maybe we can touch base in a couple of months, not touch base before then, but do another follow-up, in a couple of months or something after people on both sides get to hear our conversation, and maybe they'll have some questions for you or some questions for me. That'd be cool. Maybe we'll do the next one live on my channel. We can have a live chat and interact with them a little bit if you're down with that.
I'm down with that.
Man.
Yes.
Yeah, how you tweaking, bro?
Yeah, that'd be great. I really like a lot of your ideas. Really interesting. Make me think about some things too.
Me too.
Okay. There's so much stuff I haven't even talked about because it's too much. The field is broad and wide, and there's just too much. So we only have a small segment. I'm just kind of nutshelling stuff, but if you want to have another talk and chat, I love talking to people just like you. And I'll tell you why, Brian, because I love the fact that at least you'll think about it. Just think about it. I always say this to everyone. Take what resonates with you, put the rest on the shelf, go visit it in a year or two and see how you feel after what you've learned.
Well, even some of the ideas that you've thrown out to me that I haven't really dug into so much, right? So I haven't dug into remote viewing too much, but I'm familiar with what it is to a degree, right? I probably have a different idea of reality. However, even with those 2 main points, it's like a lot of the finer points we made through the conversation, I agree on so much of it, So I think I think we both have a lot we could gain value to give to each other and taking the conversation further for sure.
Sounds great.
Yeah. So for people watching this on your channel, they can find me, Brian S. Stavely, on every platform: YouTube, Rockman, Rumble, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook. For the same reasons you talked about, they're taking you down everywhere. I'm on Odyssey. Every video I've done, over 2,000 videos, backed up on Odyssey. And I have a website, doseofrealityshow.com. And if you go to my links on doseofrealityshow.com, you can find everything you need from me, including my audio archive, which goes back to 2010 when I started doing podcasts. But where can my people find you as far as your YouTube and your Odyssey? I don't know if you do Facebook. Also, if you want to email that you want to leave public or anything like that.
Okay, so basically, it's Sonia Testerman. That's just my name. And that's my real name. That's not an artificial name. That's not a made-up name. That's who I am. Because this is how it works. I'm going to come out as who I am, and that is it. I've got nothing to hide. I'll pull every bone out of the closet. We'll examine those bones, okay? I'm not hiding behind a fake facade or whatever. So the tree of knowledge on YouTube, the tree of knowledge on Rumble, the tree of knowledge on Odyssey, and the tree of knowledge on Patreon, period.
Awesome. So I will also put the direct links if you'll email me later. I'll put them underneath this when I upload it. And if you could do the same when you put it on your channel, that'd be great.
That'd be great.
Hey, yeah, thank you so much.
This is pretty much over, right, London?
Say that again.
Pretty much over.
Yeah.
Are you noticing the detraction in the chat?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I see it. I couldn't even see it before because I
They
was
don't seem to like Sonia.
a bit of
I would
history.
say anyone that has the courage to put that type of perspective out there to the public and speak with it in the type of confidence that does not slip one bit in her delivery has complete confidence in what they're saying. So whether it's true or not, she believes it wholly. And I can tell you what, it may not be what she says that has moved me in the past, but I can tell you her diagrams of the world and the dimensions and how things work are very advanced. We went over this, 4 months ago?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say?
Yeah, I said yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, for the people that don't know, if you're afraid of what she's saying, then don't speak on it. Why would somebody say something negative about something they don't know anything about? That always blew my mind. Why you have detractors about a subject people have zero information about. So anybody willing to have the courage to speak out will be criticized by the detractors, those afraid the most. Am I wrong?
Hold on. What's he saying? 1 second. G-Mark.
Yeah,
What is your
G-Mark.
truth? Come up and talk to me real quick before we get out of here.
Right. Explain why. Why you
Yeah.
detract so hard.
Hit that link real quick. Hit that link before we get out of here.
We're not afraid of speech. We're afraid of silence.
That's it.
There you go. Let's hear it.
He said,
right?
She says brains and spinal cords run the world from a jar. Oh gosh. Hey, imagine that though. Can you imagine that?
Say, how would you know? How far have you been through the realms of your own mind? How do you know how far it extends and how far it doesn't? You can only fathom what you think is real, and what you think is real is only what you want to be normal in your life. For those that grew up that never knew anything normal, their imagination is the limit to their mind, not the mind limiting their imagination.
I don't even pay them no mind. When they don't really want to give me their time like that, it's all right, cool. You stay there.
Yeah, then don't be a detractor. Then shut the. No offense, but like, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't mean to be cruel, but that's how guys are to guys. G Mark. If you don't want to make your point, then shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And keep it to yourself.
Right. It's like an asshole. You want me to show my brown eye? No, you don't. That's why I keep it to myself. Nobody wants a brown eye surprise.
Well, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. But, what's it took? Nearly 5 hours. Yeah, man. We've been going on hard. We've been going on hard tonight. We've been going on hard.
Right, you're going on to 4 in the morning there, bro.
Yeah, man. I can see the sun coming up. I better start jumping off.
Okay. Well, you better get some rest.
I was wanting to ask that 2 hours ago, but you was getting me excited by putting me up here with somebody you knew would get me talking.
Good stuff.
That's why you called him up, and you know it.
That's it.
It is good to see both of you guys. Seriously. Been a minute.
Yeah.
I mean,
Def-
that's more important than half of what we said tonight. You know what I mean?
Fully.
Yeah. Love the peoples out there, man, but you guys are my guys, so know that. I stand
There
in
you
that.
go. Much love, man. Thanks for joining, both of you. Appreciate it.
Thanks
I
very
was
much.
excited to finally have the time. I was like, oh shit, he's on. Oh, cool. And he even said something about being lonely. I'll hop up. I was excited. The timing was right. It was all right. It was where it
Excellent.
should be.
Excellent. Well, good to see you. I'm going to leave as well. So take care and get some shadow eye there. See you.
Yeah. Yes,
Right
sir.
on you, Dean.
Nice one, Dino.
Later.
Peace out, brother.
Peace.
Cheers, Maureen, as well.
Maureen.
I'll
Well, this is a rare ending as usual.
There you go, man. Good stuff. Good seeing you, man. Good hearing you again.
Yeah. You called me the other day, but I was in such a pinch to work a 14-hour shift without stopping and using my phone to take pictures at the same time. So I wasn't ignoring you. I still have nothing but love for you. The chat is bad, motherfuckers. And you keep going the direction you're going, brother. I have the same passion as you.
Good stuff.
Love what you're doing. Love the way. Keep doing what you're doing. Fuck the detractors. Peace out there, everyone, man. I'll see you
That's it.
soon, man.
Much love, TT. We'll catch up, brother.
Cool. Big up, London.
Peace out, bro. There you go. There you go. That was good. That was good. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot. G-Mork, I know you're new around here. I don't think I've seen that handle before. But yeah, we do things different. If you think she's crazy, then yeah, you definitely ain't seen my stuff. You definitely ain't seen my stuff. I'm surprised you ain't called me crazy, but it's different. I like different topics. I like different things. I don't like the same old loopy stuff. Well, you flat Earth, you globe Earth. Mm? You flat Earth, you globe Earth, or you none of the above. Oh shit. Okay, you know my channel, you see my stuff. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, man, we do it different over here. We do it different. Got much more to show. Got much more to show. Yeah, man. Hope you all enjoy. Hope you enjoyed today. Hope you enjoyed today. Something light, but you know, something light. Level plane within the field. Okay. Interior surrounded by ice, like or balloon. Ice like or balloon. I'm guessing that sounds like a flat earther, but it also got the ingredients of hollow earth. That's got some ingredients to hollow earth, what you just stated there, right? With the balloon reference. Interior, right though, but I mean even with the ice, I think the ice is an infection. I think the ice is an infection, but I don't think you don't understand me yet. But the ice is an infection. Right? The ice is an infection. Yeah. See? There you go. But I mean, the flat earthers only just promote the flat earth side of it. They don't really touch too much on the hollowness of it, the concave, the spherical side of it. Because it is all of that at the end of the day. It is all of that. But at the end of the day, it's the eye. It's the eye, right? It's the eye. The upper room. It's the dome. Oh yeah, stick around, man. You'll see. You'll see. You'll like it. Shout out to TT in the building. Shout out to Brian in the building. Shout out to Jeebus in the building. Much love, everyone. Lizzo, Somewhere in Time, G-Mork, everybody, man. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in. Good stuff. What is it? It's the upper room. It's the upper room.
Baseball, we on deck. On deck for what? For what? That upper room, nigga. The upper room with Jesus. You know what that is? The upper room the motherfucker be singing about? The upper room. Yeah, that's right. I tell you what, you die first, I'm gonna sing at your funeral. I'm gonna just bust up in the motherfucker and go to the upper room. Let them shoot me. I don't give a fuck. They'll take me out singing that motherfucker. You crazy, Ray. Yeah. Baseball.
Look after yourself. Love over war. London.